everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. We've got ourselves, well, it's ladies' night tonight. We've got the figure version of Morgan Le Fey. We got the figure version of Lady of Shalott right here. So we'll try to hit these two. We did, where is she hiding? She's over here. So we did the Hey There Armored Wolf. Sorry that this is later. Just was running around trying to get things ready. I never actually got the printers going. Yeah, just have to wait for after the stream there. But we did this and the Merlin last night, so we'll have the trifecta here because we also have the bust right here. So we'll have another trifecta there, Switchblade. How you doing? Here's again, there's your Cyber Merlin. That is the fabulous bas relief of him. And again, we're going to be working, and you can see the references down in the corner. So, oh, hey there, Ryan. How you doing? So Ryan, well, wait till there's some more folks and share those. I don't think you have the new stuff on your Instagram, right? The stuff you just showed me. But yeah, the pustules worked out really good on that. And of course, I think the source lighting worked out really, really good. Same thing there, Switchblade. Wait till there's some more folks in the chat before you share some stuffs here. Now, I don't know if you can see on her and these references down there. The whole idea is that this is basically fiber optic stuff sewn into, well, I don't know about sewn, but in the dress there, and then we're going to be doing a lot of that back here. So even though this is supposed to be kind of translucent like our Nimue, this is going to be interesting because we have to make sure it's dark enough so that there's some of that glow. And then there's also going to be some gold trim on there too. So, oh, thanks Switchblade, because we're almost to a triple play on Merlin right here. We're getting there. And Ryan, well, there's going to be a lot of blender work on that chest set. Yeah, I think I'll just well, especially on the smaller pieces, I'll just ditch the spell effects there. You know, if I print them out much larger, then that's a whole different thing. But I think on the smaller ones, let me just do a little something something there. Just get rid of a few of these. Sometimes even when you prime them, you don't see them, much less before priming. And this is all just priming stuff right here. So Vixie, how you doing? So yeah, this is all just primer. A couple of maybe the dipping inks thrown in there just to get a little bit of color or something. Now let's go directly to our darker glazy stuff here, which means finding some kind of larger brush to do that with. It's not one of these. Not you. I had one. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Now, well, Vixie, I hope that well, I hope that everything's been going good with those. Let's see. So I think Valfera, I sent you the pictures of all the chess set stuff, right? And the doggies. Let's see. So there's about 6-ish, maybe 5.5 minutes left in the game. Doggies up by 82. Not too shabby. All right, let's get some darker glazy stuff going here. Yeah, Ryan, because of where this is, it's real easy for that to happen. Now, actually, this is kind of interesting here. You get to kind of see things more the way I see them. So instead of that, right, this is what I'm seeing, and it's just a 36-hour, and that the key is you can see that the light is in between my face and the figure. So let's get started. Now this is the violet from Paul Rubens, by the way. Paul Rubens violet here. Underway. Now again, we don't have the dry brushy stuff on here, so there's nothing to mix with. Now Vixie, are you doing well, let's see, there's high elves, there's wood elves. I guess there's lots of different elves. I just realized, yeah, that could be several different kinds of elves, right? So nope, switchblade. We took our dropper bottle here of handy thinner, and we just did a little something like this here. Sometimes switchblade. I don't know if you've seen any of the Battlestar Galactica stuff, where I basically take one of my little containers here and I mix it in there because I'm using so much of it. Ah, that's fantastic there, Vixie. That is fantastic. I think the last elf that I painted was our Gladys right here. I did this go. Oh, wait a minute. I think this was our latest one. Wait a second. I think this might have been our latest elf. Whoops, upside down. There we go. Yes, Gladys on the throne right there. That might have been the latest one I did. And again, we're just going to take this and we're just going to let this drop right down. We need more. Let's get some more here. Also mix a little bit of Painsy Gray with it. Fine, a touch more. There we go. Thanks, Vixie. Appreciate that. Vixie, if you wanted to share the elves or whatever, let's see. I mean, maybe wait a little bit till there's some more eyeballs. Great to see you there, Camda. Now, Camda, I think I sent you that stuff, right? The Arthurian stuff. You know, that's right. I can actually do this because it's not going to do the mixy thing. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Now, again, we're mostly going. Wow. Um, what's interesting, Camda, the dioxazine violet from the Griffin stuff, the Winsor Newton, is way redder. Way redder than the Paul Rubens violet. That's much more blue. Oh, thank, appreciate that, Bix. No, Valfira, I I was gonna try to at least print out the board and just some small test figures or something like that, just to see if it's in the vicinity. Obviously, every single thing is going to be massively reworked in Blender, but I was pretty happy with just at least I really I really like the Rooks Valfira. But ironically enough, my favorite thing on both sides is probably the Rooks. Let's get more of this in here. Alrighty. So I guess you're gonna be missing out on the Sunday frolics then. Yeah, I think you're gonna be missing out on that. All right, so let's see with the remaining like I don't know. Okay, there it is. Yes, the doggies hung on for a 134-53 win over Greater Western Sydney, kind of their nemesis. Now, of course, it's mostly been their nemesis in the playoff, not so much in the regular season, but in the playoffs or at critical games at the end of the season. So great to see it, Eric Camd. And again, I don't know if it's still the case today, but as of yesterday, the Paul Rubens set was the entire set of 38 was $63. I mean that's as low as it goes. It doesn't go much lower than that. Nope, Velfira, that is going to be this Sunday into this Monday, which is, well, I guess it's extra good that I didn't try, even, there was no way I was getting up to Minnesota anyway, but it's a good thing we never tried to get plane tickets or anything like that. That would have been a unfortunate situation. Okay, where is my... I need my Lady of Shalott references here. So let me find those. I need the all of the stuff that we did in the dress here. Where did there they are. There they are. Especially need that one right here. Now, give me a second. I thought I had already done this, but apparently not. Now I got them. Might later on grab the Morgan ones, but for now, just want to get these. And again, I know Kathy's family not super happy about that, but that's just kind of how it's going to be. Let me get a little bit. So this is kind of a manganese blue here, combined with that violet. Again, doing the glazy thing best as I can. But that manganese blue is really hard to break down. That is super hard to break down. And we're just going to start to drop that in here. Prussian blue. Oh, gee whiz. Okay, I was more to Prussian blue than I was thinking about, but you know, hey, what do I know? I might even get a little bit of this, a little bit of opaque glazy thing happening here, kind of like what we did with Nimue. Yeah, we'll do that. In here. See, I believe that's Monday. Yeah, that is happening Monday. So, and that was one of, well, you know how I jinx things, Valfira? In some ways, I jinx that because that was something that my sister and I were talking about is what about getting basically stuck up there? Because ain't nobody going anywhere. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday is just going to be strictly a, well, let's just start getting a couple of things in the air. So, yeah, anybody fixing to come around here Sunday or Monday, well, you're not. Yeah, think again. Let's do this. And more of the manganese blue hue in there. So Camda was kind enough to post the link to said things that we are talking about there, the Paul Rubens Alkyd. So Switchblade, again, you want to post some stuff? Yeah, actually, hey, Ryan, Camda, everybody go ahead and post some stuff in the chat. We got eyeballs here now. Same thing there, Vixie, if you want to post some stuff, post some of the elves is there in the chat. Grab this. We are going to do some of that semi-opaque. Speaking of semi-opaque glazy things, we're going to do that now with some of the skinny tones here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So Velfera, it's kind of like what just happened on Tuesday into Wednesday, except, or Monday into Tuesday, whatever it was, except that there's going to be a blizzard on the backside. Now, the original 8 to 12 inches here has been altered to more like 2 to 4 or something like that. But Milwaukee, well, which was originally like 18 inches or something like that, that has been dropped down to, I think, 6 to 10. So everybody check out again the link that Ryan just posted. Ryan's got the Fallout figures up there now. Ryan, how many Fallout figures do you think you've hit with the oils now? Yeah, well, that in terrain, I guess. Yeah, how many figures and terrain pieces have you done with the oils? Hopefully things were okay the other day for you there, Valfira, with the remnants of, well, what nailed us. Again, just Google Kankakee, well, what's left of it. Ryan, those are very important figures because I mean, that's kind of what started it, right? It is right at the this sort of darker glazy stuff. Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Okay, not sure why that is stuck there. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I guess it's not stuck. Yep, Velfira, that sounds about right. Now I want let me see if I can't get my 1 second here. Okay, there we are. I need my another. There it is. I got to pile up a ton of references here. 1 second. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let me see what the. Should I go more? Yeah, we'll just go stone on the base then. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Nothing fancy. Hey there, Boise. How you doing? So Boise, we got two figures going. We've got our Cyber Lady of Shalott and our Cyber Morgan Le Fey here. Put you off to the side. Grab this here. Hey there, Landrast. Landrast, are you hanging out at the GK or are you just at Shea Landrast right now? Either way, howdy to you, and if you got M Towies and the crew watching with you, a big howdy to them too. We're just in our initial little darker glazy phase here. I swear, Camda, every single character on that show dressed up as an onion seller. It's like I'm just trying to think of which character did not actually dress up like a, except maybe no, I think he might have. I think all of them at some point were dressed up as onion sellers. Get this darker stuff going here. And this is another reason why we're doing two of these. It's kind of like the same thing with these, where we did two of these because, okay, I do a bunch of glazy stuff here. You let that set, and then we move on to, we moved on to Merlin there, and then back and forth. A little more here. So great to see you, Landrast. Hopefully, maybe you were able to paint some stuffs today. Oh, that's right, Green Man. If you wanted to post a Discord or anything of Green Man, or Green Knight, not Green Man. It's weird because actually I have the Green Knight. Let me see if we can get him here easily enough. It's going to be difficult. Where is he? There he is. So I sculpted some of the vines we were talking about on the base. So there's your Green Knight there. He's got his primer. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Come on, get in there. We're using the same stuff pretty much on Morgan Le Fey here, I think. So let's move over there. Now that is the one nice thing, right? Landresh, you say, you know what? Okay, fine. I just want to do this again. You're like, I'll print out another one. None of this. Well, okay, I got to either prime over it, Some folks do the whole, stripping paint thing or whatever. Don't have to worry about that, right, Landrast? Ah, boy. Now, Vixie, ooh, gee whiz, would that be in the late 40s then, maybe? Or was that in the, that maybe was late 40s? Huh. I'm gonna do, yeah, a little bit of our, another kind of a semi-opaque, glazy stuff here. And I think we got a little something everywhere. I think something, every place has something. I think we're, Boise, in one of my battle reports, the, well, it was going to be that the road to Nuvion didn't have that, but when the battle actually shifted to Nuvion itself, that's what they were going to be after, was that particular thing, that item there. Let me get this into here. Get more of a Payne's gray sort of a thing here. Same deal down here. Just kind of shifting this a teensy bit away from the bluish stuff there. Same deal here. Get this darker, and then once that sets, we can do the basically pin line wash of our much lighter blue that's going to go in there. Boise, I just, with whatever little catchphrases, well, actually, there was somebody, I made his sound. Whenever I would get a message from them, their sound was Michelle. Listen closely. I will say this only once. Well, of course, now that we have the Cyberthurian chess set cammed, I guess it's only natural that we have an Allo chess set. That's, that would be that might just have to happen. That would be very good nose, would it not? If we were actually able to create an Allo chess set, that would be very good nose. Taken. Okay, this big old chunk of something on there. Let's get rid of that. And we're just going to hit this super quick here. Eventually, the much lighter blue goes in there. No idea if that's even. I don't even think I can get that on DVD, unfortunately. I know I did have some of the, what was it, Zell or something? Not Zell. Not, what was the one that lets you could get your sound effects from? I think you still can. That's not, no, Zell was the payment thing. This was not Zillow or something. No, maybe that's the payment. No, that's the, yeah, that's, and on the glowing knobs, Camda, yes, we'd have to have terrain. We'd have to have the bed with the glowing knobs. I'm I'm not sure if the two British airmen would be knights. I don't think. Well, maybe that's you might have to have the two British airmen as the as or as bishops. There you go. Maybe the two British airmen could be the bishops or something. Let's do, and then why it'd be all just onion sellers as pawns. Now we'd have to have the, and of course, let's see. Well, we'd have to have Michel, of course. Or no, that there you go. It would be the French, the Resistance. There you go. Yeah, that would be the pawns. Would be the Resistance. Now let's start to. We can start to actually get some of the later stuff in our Violet here. Where did do we go with this guy here? Or I wonder. I was. Let me see if I got something in here that I haven't actually accessed yet. I wonder. Can I even open this thing up? Oh, I can. Okay. I'm trying to grab one of the, wait a second here. There's a whole bunch of these here. The ones that I'm after are almost impossible to get to. 1 second here. Oh, maybe that one there. Oh, this is one that I'm looking for, and that one. Not maybe these, but there. Okay, so I think these are the ones we're gonna mess around with here. 1 second, let me get them back into the shelf. Okay, here we go. Let's see. So, well, there's if you wanna see what we're talking about, a little bit of aloe, right, Zell? How you doing? So Zell, the vehicle is all good now, right? I think it is. I just wanted to make sure. That might be a little too much. Oh, there we go. Let's try this. Well, and congrats on being the TO, the BF BFGTO. There you go for LVO. More of our later stuff here, and since the glazy stuff is still there, we can now we're gonna get to some mixing here. You can see it right there on the brush. Work some of that onto the sleeve there. There you go. And you get a pretty good sense of what we're looking at for our violet. We also you can see what we're gonna be doing kind of for the rest of the outfit there. Boise, I think wasn't maybe 2 seasons where you had the secret agent there. Let's see, and then there was I think weren't we talking about the balloon episode the other night? Yeah, the balloon episode. Let's go with this. Got the much lighter stuff, letting that just mix in here along the way. I was actually I wanted to make for that Nuvion bolt action battle report. I wanted to make the hearse with the crazy little horse. Oh, and with the tick, yeah, the guy with the ticker. So since February of 2023, Ryan's been able to do just a couple of figures in terrain there, 600 pieces worth in 3 years and a couple of weeks. Not too bad, right, Ryan? There's Landros getting to his 80. Here you go. Thanks again, as always, Landras, for hanging out here. But that darker primer stuff, Ryan, that was so huge. I'm pretty sure that I know we haven't seen Grumdy in a while, but I think he was using that too, right, Ryan? And I think he was having massive increase in efficiencies there. So again, as this stuff starts to set, we can do a lot more with it here. And then there was the recovery from that year too, Ryan. Yeah, there was that year plus the recovery part. I almost wonder if the recovery part was longer. Yeah, let's put that in here. The other thing I think, Camda, about the Paul Rubens violet, well, dioxazine sort of violet, it's not pigment violet 23, but it's more matte. Well, I mean, all of the Paul Rubens stuff is more matte, but the dioxazine from Winsor Newton, the Alkyd version anyway, that's got a little bit of shine to it. Yeah, Zell, it's well, I mean, okay, look at this. So I painted this months ago for this was supposed to be for the Resin Beast because Loot Studios, right? Well, they're not in the Resin Beast anymore, so this is basically just probably going to sit here. It's not even going to Adepticon, and that was supposed to be one of my primary Resin Beast entries right there. And that's pretty much you get that's it in a nutshell right there, Zell. Yeah, you see that? That is basically how it's gone in a nutshell over the last 3 weeks. And then, well, I told you about the other stuff too. We talked about that. I needs to sneak this brush in there. Oh, okay, fine. Be that way. Come back and get some more of our lighter stuff here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Boise just shared. First miniature entirely in oil. Now, Boise, did you send me a picture of that? Because if you haven't already sent me a picture of that, Boise, definitely do so. It's always a monumental first thing, right? I have no idea about that, Zell. That is not something I know about. That is somebody else's purview, which is not mine. So yeah, unfortunately, I would be absolutely no help in that department. If it's about my oil painting class or some parts of Fort Wapple, yes. Anything else? No clue. I thought so there, Boise. Sorry if I couldn't remember right off the bat there, Boise. Um, yeah, I think we've been averaging about 2.5 hours of sleep a night here, something like that, which is not super optimal, that's for sure. Thanks, Armored Wolf, and I appreciate the extra ones there. Actually, Armored Wolf, I've got to film that video. I did get more USB drives. I'm hoping that stupid video fits on there. So it's got to be a really short video just to make sure that that baby fits on there. And again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Boise just shared. So congrats, Boise, on the first oil painted miniature. Do everybody be like Ryan? Go and check that out. There we are. And again, we got to kind of leave this thing off to the side. I mean, again, you can. Okay, this is 35 minutes so far, and we're just about to start getting some of the lighter stuff on our Lady of Shallott's here, our Onion Lady. Now, Switchblade, I don't know if you had a chance to share some stuffs in the chat there or not, but please go ahead and do that too. That's gonna be super fun too, Zell. Glad he's gonna be able to do that. I want more of this. Well, maybe not that much of the sky blue in there. Well, you know, that don't work too bad. That's not the worst ever. So again, we're trying to get ourselves some fun blues going on here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Switchblade Mike just posted. Nurgle Matthew, I'm guessing it's pretty much pretty much the same deal as it has been there, right? It's like, okay, we'll try to get all this stuff ready. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight to the very end, right, Switchblade? So doing the same thing. We're starting to pick out some of this lighter stuff. And again, these are just craft brushes right here. Well, everything is pretty much craft brushes. Now, actually, I keep forgetting to get more of the liner brushes, so I think I'm just going to look on Amazon tonight and just see, well, what vaguely looks like liner brushes. And I'll just get those for the class. It's not like we're really going to be getting into super fine detail. Did we actually, Armored Wolf, did we ever even use the liner brushes, really, when we did our little test thing? I don't think there's going to be a whole bunch of time for that. I have my doubts. I got my doubts there. Now, so I'm guessing you're flying into Adepticon like last year. Come on. Actually, that's good. That's good nose, Zell. That is good nose. That is very good nose. Yeah, Zell. The original plan was to send out the box so that you could do all your magnets and stuff, so that you wouldn't have to. You could just use your carrying case on the plane, but that's not an issue now. So that's actually very good. Come on, a little bit of our light in here. Again, this has to be mid-tone enough so that when we do the fiber optic glowy stuff, that you can actually see that. Yeah, otherwise, you know what? Now it's time to start moving in the other direction in a few places here. So this got a little bit more of the violet happening here. We're letting that do the mixy thing. Thanks, Camda. This one here, remember I was telling you, these are all test prints and some of them required more testing than other ones? I think this is the third print, Camda. This is the third print I did, oh my gosh, at least, I think I've used up about 12 free retries on this one, Ryan. At least, yeah, well, maybe somewhere between 11 and 12. That'll give you an idea just how many times this has gone back to the drawing board. And actually, Ryan, I don't know if did I send you that one screen capture? This was the one that I was testing out all the different, whatchamacallit, the blender sculpting area brushes. Yeah, this was the file here. Well, he could do it because in these things, look at this. We're not joking. I mean, this is the standard kind of magnet that a lot of people use. Here, where's one here that's okay? Yeah, there we go. So that's the kind of magnet most folks, actually, this is almost large for some folk. Look at this. Yeah, that's what's going on the bottom of most of these. This is one of the smaller ones that I've got. Basically, if anybody sets their phone down on my entire table, the electromagnetic field of my table could probably disable every electronic device in the entire facility. So you might want to have your phone in airplane mode or something like that when you're by Fort Wapple. That is, unless you like phones that are paperweights, in which case, by all means, me do that. There we are. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Me here. That's our sky blue. Some of the white. We're trying to cut that right along that line. Again, this can't be too late. If it is too late, we're not going to be able to get the glowy fiber optic stuff. So it's going to be a tough little balancing act here. But again, Filbert brushes 2D Rescue as always. Love us some Filbert brushes. All right, this way. There we go. Now I send folks a whole bunch of pictures. There is a chess set now. Well, at least the initial concepts of the Cyberthuria chess set that is now in existence. That is pretty much outside of the initial concepts. Not a bunch is going to happen with that. I might try to see if I can do a small printout of things for Adepticon, but that would be it. They used to be my favorite my favorite cartoon for a while there, Switchblade, when I was a kid. Or no, well, Gilbert Ziggy, that was another one, yeah. Yeah, let's keep rolling with some of this lighter stuff there. Now, down at the bottom, let me see. Okay, that's definitely not too late. All right, I will go more toward this. Go more towards that. Now, of course, with the blues and violets here, and of course the way camera lights are and stuff, they don't necessarily pick up some of the differences between the more reddish stuff and the more bluish stuff. Just that little bit. Boy, there's even still some of the glazy stuff here. That's yep, you can see it getting on the brush right there. So we'll refresh that brush. And yeah, you could see how this is starting to develop for both Morgan and our late. And we're almost about to the point where we can start doing some stuff on the skin tones. I think we're getting there. Now this, yeah, we're gonna set that aside now. We will set that aside. we are going to try to get to some of our, well, not gold, more like brassy, bronze, the brassy stuff. Yeah, that's about the closest term to it there. Now, Cam, did you stream, well, last night? Well, I guess that would be this morning for me. Sorry if I missed it. I don't think I saw an alert there, Camda. So now we're going to try and get some of this other stuff. You can see it right there. Which means some of that and some of our, this is our not, ooh, I'm going to get me some of that not Naples yellow. We have all these not colors, Camda. It's a whole series of not colors. Not Naples yellow, not brilliant yellow pale, not Mars yellow deep, not radiant this, not radiant that. All the way down. Now it's going to start to mix with some of the violet, which is fine, right? Because that creates a free blending. It's all about that free blending. Hit that here. Also here. And there. Also over there. I'll see you later there, Ryan. Thanks for stopping by. And Ryan, again, the all of the stuff looked really fantastic. Again, I hope that you're happy with how those things are turning out. I know, like you say, there's been all that time away trying to kind of get back into things after all that time away. Yeah, and sorry that there's been so many changes to some of the techniques too. I know it's there's been a lot of development since then. There now again, being able to use these like little tiny filbert brushes here is also super handy. Well, there's a whole bunch of our thinner right. Look at that. You can see it. Look at that big old blob of the violet on there, which means we got to go back there and get rid of that stuff. So see you later, Ryan. Yeah, appreciate you being here. So Cam, to get this. So Recoil sends me a message. He says, "Hey, don't forget GWS and the Bulldogs. They're gonna, first bounces at such and such time or whatever. They're squaring off against the Giants there." And I said, Recoil, um, the doggies are up by 57 points in the late third quarter. And I was like, am I looking at something from last year? I'm like, no, it's not last year because this is only the second game of the season. I'm looking around on the site and everything. Um, Usually it's the other way around, Cam, that you guys are supposed to be the ones in the future. I would check there might have been some kind of gravitational shift there, Cam. Actually, it might only be, are you sure it's not like March 12th there, Camda? And it's actually March 14th here, but you're still on March 12th? I think something happened. They might have switched it. Well, they switched. They put us an hour forward, Camda. I think they might have put us more than an hour forward. Something tells me, Camda, yeah, we moved a little bit more than an hour forward. And now apparently we're about 13 hours ahead of you. So it was nice, that time where you were 13 hours ahead of us. Now it's the other way around, Camda. Get some of the white. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. actually, oh, that's right. All this stuff reset. One sec. There we go. Not that. Not that. We'll leave that be. We're gonna get some of this here. Some of this here. Come on. That's better. Less is more. More is way too much. Land dress, where you gonna? Well, you're gonna stick with the same kind of basing that you did right on your original Green Knight. Well, on the horse, obviously. Come on, there we go. Just drag that right across so you can see how that's starting to pick up some of our lights with, I mean, all we've been doing is, well, we did glazy stuff and now dry brushy stuff for, well, 50 minutes. And you could see we've got quite a bit going on here in just 50 minutes. Can you see what I'm doing there? Yeah. Same deal on this. Continue. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Let's see, now Artemichael, gosh, was it today or was it, well, later today, I guess, that you were going to try and do the Blood Bowl game? And of course, like always, Artemichael, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Ooh, I think I can grab this here 1 second. This I was going to try and do as a tutorial video. Super shiny golds on this. So this is the Galahad bust right here. So I'm going to try and do some super shiny golds on that. It's a bit like the our Cylon Centurion that I did for the, you know, actually I was tempted to do a TMM version of that. Well, I mean, it's ours. It's 3D printable. Now, speaking of printing, Armored Wolf, the all of the papers here, and of course the stupid printer didn't come with a cable, so now I've got to look around. I know there's one cable. I might just have to unplug the regular printer and just sacrifice that cable and get yet another cable here. So Artemichael, how did the third werewolf go? Because didn't you say you had over half a mil in what the heck is that stuff called? I forget what they. It's been so long now. I can't remember what the term is for the equalizer stuff. I just can't remember what it was called when you got the, well, they don't, I think it's team value now. They don't call it team rating. Yeah, or to Michael, you used to have to do all this complicated math to figure out the team rating. Typically, your super veteran advanced teams would be like a 300 something team rating, and your inexperienced rookie teams, well, they would be about 100. Yep, we're gonna drag that this away. So again, that's really starting to go. Look at our skin tone. We can pretty much start to think about that too. We can get to that pretty soon. Now, let me just squeegee all this stuff out of this brush here. That means a lot of guys getting knocked down and a whole lot of guys getting out of bounds, right, Artemichael? Were you able to get any star player points at all? And no, we won't do the later stuff on the violet. I'm gonna go to the we'll go to the skin tone next and get a little something on that first before we do a second round on the violet stuff. I guess Artemichael, he must have also bit the ear off too. I would imagine he did that as well. Let me get that. No, 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 no. Let's refresh. Refresh and then hit these guys. And there. Well, hopefully you get some good skill rolls. I don't know if it's different now how you get stat increases and roll in doubles to get skills outside of your skill set. Don't know how that works anymore. I think I can just stick with what's on the brush here. Grab some of my skin tone stuff and ooh, okay, that's a little bit too much of the Naples. Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. Okay, we're just gonna start doing some of our dry brushy stuff here. There. Some of it here. Come on, a little more there. I don't want to wipe out all of the blue tones there. I want to hang on to some of that. Just ran into some of my glazy stuff right there. So all of a sudden, hands beginning to stand out from all of the blue that we have. We're gonna get some warmer grays in here too. All the armor stuff there. That is a much warmer gray. Whole point of that is to, and the skin tone is to make the this seem an even cooler blue, right? No, 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 no. Refresh, refresh. Good choice. And then we'll have the digital circuitry tiers, of course. And don't forget, we've got the bust version. We also have. Oh, by the way, I'll be painting this on the stream tomorrow for sure. We might try to paint the Lancelot bust also. It all kind of depends on how things shape out, or shake out, or whatever. Oh, you can buy skills? I thought it was just okay, the way it always has been. You got X amount of star player points, and, well, you get your skill. Come on, throw me a little bit of the lighter skin tone down in there. Yeah, okay. Wasn't always, what, 6, then 11 Artemichael, then 18 or something? Now, my baseball strategy game actually did work on a system of star player points. You could actually get skills in my baseball strategy game there. Now, this is going to be a good deal later. Also, a little bit less with the yellowy stuff, too. Look at all that just mixed real nice together there. Super nice, super easy. Easy peasy. Even here, the skin tone can't get too light, because if it does, our digital tiers and stuff, well, they're not going to be too bright. They will look very dingy by comparison. Well, I guess Artemichael, it's just kind of Just survive and move on, right? Move on with the rest of the season. Let me do that. I mean, it is kind of a tough thing, right, Michael? Because, okay, you're going to have all the star player and all the other stuff, but if you have them do all of the, if they do everything, casualties, touchdowns, catches, all that kind of stuff, they're getting star player points, not your guys. So I can understand that is a tricksy thing there. Okay, I'm just trying to get me some of the lighter stuff there. We'll do the same here for Morgan. Morgan Le Fey. And then we got to leave this alone. And we're going to move on. Hare. I think that's probably the next thing we will attack here is the hare. There we go. And some on the fingers. Okay, and then that's gonna have to be it for the skin tone. Now we're just gonna sit here. We're gonna squeegee as much of the paint out of the brush as we can here. I forget what some of the skills are that kind of counter stand firm. I think stand firm kind of counteracts frenzy. Well, it makes sense that it would, anyways. Don't know if it actually does, but it makes sense that it would. Again, for folks that aren't super familiar with all the Cyberthuria stuff, these and the Celtic goddesses, they're all based on my paintings that I did years ago. It's kind of scary just how easy that was, right, Camda, to make that happen? Yep, that happened real quick, like. Yeah, I was gonna say like lay face down firmly, Michael. Is that's the skill that they ended up having? Yes, they were firmly face down on the ground. To win this, then we're gonna try and get to again some of the warmer metal colors, which would probably be maybe our black, and then some of our violet here, maybe even a little bit of the Naples yellow. We'll see again. We'll see how that works. Not sure. Not really something we gotta decide right now. Just trying to tint this a little bit. This is nowhere near as light as we're gonna go. I'm just trying to tint that now a little bit more towards a brownish color there. So we are 1 hour 3 minutes in. And now we're gonna, it's about kind of what we were doing here with all of the goldish, brassy, whatever stuff there. I'll just get this paint out of here, and we will now grab that, and maybe some of this here, and put it over there, and see what, still too, alright, let's try this here. Spread that all out, and away we go. There, letting the stuff we already put there have a chance to mix with all that. Back in here. Nowhere near our lightest light. Not even close. It's barely a mid-tone. But you can see this start to come to life now a little bit. And we gotta do this now because I want to do again the pin line wash stuff of our really, really, really light kind of glowing blue in there. I did like let's see, where's there? Oh yeah, here it was. I gotta, geez, I gotta see if I can't get that manganese blue hue. There's not really gonna be time to get that before Adepticon, sadly. Unfortunately, the clock is pretty much run out on, well, any kind of Dick Blick or, what's the other place? Hobby Lobby. I wish I could do that, but there's no guarantee, especially with the way the post office has been just weird. It's been super weird lately. Those stickers all should have been here a long time ago, and I'm still waiting on 3 more. But now that I've got that printer here, and I've got actually both types of printer paper, sticker paper, I got the glossy stuff and I've got the matte stuff. So I'm gonna do so. Those actually probably be the first test prints I do, and I'm not gonna do an 11 by 17, even though that paper just arrived today. I'm not doing an 11 by 17 as a first test print on that thing. Nope. So I'm really liking that warmer. Yeah, liking the warmer stuff there. That is what I want to see. Now I got to get some more of that over here. Like you do. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot this. Almost forgot this back here. That also is going to need to get some more of my dark there. Those two. Come on, work that a little further back. And now we'll go a little later. But first things first, we're going to take our brush here. We're just going to squeegee this stuff out of here. Look at all that paint there. And you'll see just how little is left by the time we're done doing our squeegee stuff. Look at this. That's what we started out as. That's kind of what we got now. Nice to see you there, Papillon. So, well, I'm pretty sure it's a happy Saturday here. Oh, geez, yeah, it's been a happy Saturday for a while. So, a happy Saturday there, Papillon. I know it's been a happy Saturday for you. We got Morgan Le Fey and Lady of the Onion Lady, Lady of Shallott's. Lady of Shallott's tonight. Super light brush stroke here, and I mean by super light, I mean like barely touching the surface here. Barely touching the surface. I'm gonna refresh this again. Change the angle. Can't look at this light grip on the brush. Down we go. This will catch a little bit of light here too. Well, it's 12:53, so we're 53 minutes into Saturday. Oh, and that's right, because you guys haven't done your change yet. That's right. I was gonna say, wait a minute, it should be at least 6 hours ahead. No, that's because you guys haven't done your time change yet. More of our light, and most of this is going to be a glowing gemstone, anyways. Some of the circuitry also going to cut through here too. Alright, Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? I can't remember. I think maybe you did, but if you didn't, please go ahead. Actually, Papillon, if there's something you wanted to share. Something you wants to share there, Papillon, please go ahead and do that. There we go, and get some of that over here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Let's hit. Nope, gotta do it this way again. Alright, let's do this. Fine, we gotta do the same here. Let me move that out of the way. Yeah, look at my hand is on this brush. I basically just got 2 fingers on that brush. That's it. That is just how light of a brush stroke we got. None of this here. First of all, figures as we say again. This is the biggest tip you're gonna ever get on this channel. When when the brush hits the surface, more stuff gets painted than when it doesn't. Again, that's I know that's mind-boggling right there. But let's again have that relaxed grip on the brush, no death grip on the brush. Of course, we caress the brush, do not crush the brush. And I'm going to do that. Go back to this gray here. For some of this. All around the base here. This was one of those that used up a wee bit of, well, all of these have they've been using up some resin. That's why we are very appreciative of all the bits and the tiers and all that kind of stuff and the subs, because, well, that's what that goes for, is resin and also FDM stuff. The bigger the better, right, Landrast? And of course, if you do a certain maintenance program, right, Landrast, that's always best to do. Let's do that here. So now we kind of have that juxtaposition now, right? We have some of the warmer stuff, some cooler stuff. We have a variety of blues, violets on this. And now you can really see how these are both starting to take shape. That is a little over 1 hour for that. Mostly dry brush. For the most part, it's just dry brush. It can be that easy. It does not have to be super difficult. There just seems to be some kind of weird cottage industry centered around things being really difficult. Don't understand. Whether it's vehicle painting or whatevs, there's a lot of, this should take like 3 steps. Let's make it 43 steps. Because it's not like something that involves way more steps would possibly have way more things that could go wrong.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Papillon. Appreciate that. Much appreciated. We could use it. Oh, look at this. It's practically the same color as the dress. Thanks, Papillon. Thank you very much. Definitely could use that. There we are for Papillon, 6 months in advance. So thank you very much. Appreciate that, of course. Let me see. So now, Arda, did you ever do Flames of War stuff, Arda Michael? I only ever did. The only ever army I ever really did complete was the French army. My early war French. I had a late war Hungarian army. Well, mid-late. It was mid to late. It wasn't really late necessarily. It was kind of mid to late. Never got a chance to paint that. I had some Zrinis, some Toldis. I had some Saba armored cars. which look a little bit like an SDK 222. I gotta say, Michael. Yeah, those Saba armored cars look a little bit like an SDK 222. Or, as we would say in LOLO, Gruber's Little Tank. Still, still wild that they had an actual SDK 222. Actually, Switchblade, if you check out the blog, yes, the old blog, you'll see there is some Flames of War stuff there. I actually did scratch sculpt a whole bunch of Lorraine transports. Oh, and a couple of Laughlys. Actually, more than a couple of Laughlys, I think. Yep, I did the Lorraine transports, the Laughlys. Where are we at? Yeah, let me just use this. So we're going to do a little bit of lazy stuff here. Right in there, and not too much over here, because again, we want to do the darker, or our later blue stuff. Let me just hit a couple of things here. I know that's the one place I'm going to need it. And then also some more over here. Back to it here. Also some there, and a little, come on, there. Switchblade, I do have definitely a much late war U.S. Actually, I think I had 4 different U.S. armies I was working on. Wait. There we go. Oh no, there's the Winter Soviets. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Hey there, Dacho. How you doing? D8, great to see you. So yeah, there's the old Winter America. Is this the Winter? Oh, there's that was the last army I did. That was my Monte Cassino Falsies right there, and then our early war Germans. We did DAK, also British Eighth. There's your Winter Germans. There you go. And this was, oh yeah, this was the road to Nouvion, and that was the wait, no, that was our no, that was our basically historically changing Battle of Arras, where we changed the circumstances around. Yeah, there we go. There's the bridge to Nouvion. Yes, the bridge to Nouvion. That was super fun. Let me get back to my regular scene here. One sec. It takes a while to scroll all the way down from there. So great to see you there, D8. I hope that you are doing well. So D8, well, actually, here we are now doing the figure version of our Morgan Le Fey. We did the bust version. Was that last? No, that was that last Saturday? It was this Saturday. That's right. That was last Saturday. Switchblade. There actually is battle reports. Yeah, I did 4 bolt action battle reports. Switchblade. Those are on the regular YouTube channel, not the Linseed Fellowship one. Those are on the regular YouTube channel. And the last one was Bridge to Nouvion. And of course, we also, tomorrow, well, on the Saturday stream anyway, we'll be painting we have the bust version there. And I also, let me grab this here. And this is, of all 3 aspects of Lady of Shalott, this is the one that's closest to the original painting right here because, well, it has flat elements. The figure was bound to be the least close because, well, the figure was sitting in a boat. So, yeah. I mean, aside from all the cyber elements too, but yeah, the figure was in a boat. Yeah, you always got to keep that line moving. Got to keep the line moving there, Michael. Got to get to the next army, the next Blood Bowl team. Doing a little smidge all of glazy stuff here. And then we're going to get to that. I think we can go maybe one lighter in the skin tone now. I think that's no. I'm gonna do some other stuff on Morgan first. More time to let that set, and then we'll do some of our brighter gemstone things there. So yeah, let's do some more stuffs on the Morgan Le Fey here. I might go a little bit more with the dry brushy stuff. Where's our mini dry brush, mini filbert brush right here? Yep, D8 all oils all the time. Now it's alkyd oils, which means they're the fast drying variety. When I'm not doing stuff on the stream, I can use the regular oil paints, but for streaming, it's basically always going to be the for more along the lines of the fast drying oil paints. More of that here, and then we'll get some of the we gotta do some of the green gemstone stuff as well on our Morgan Le Fey. So I hope that you're doing well there, D8. There's been many changes here, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Many changes, lots of different things going on. Get rid of that. Let's take this. Nope. That violet. So Camden, I'm kind of liking. At first, I was not really a big fan of the Paul Rubens dioxazine violet, but it's kind of changed now. I have to say we're definitely more into the dioxazine violet for sure. Well, it's really not dioxazine violet. It's just violet, whatever they call it. Yeah, a little bit more of the light there. D8, you never know with those notifications. Sometimes I don't get ones for people that I actively follow and stuff, and other times I'll get ones from folks that I haven't seen in a while. I guess Steep T is streaming again. I don't think I guess Drax is never really going to stream again. I was kind of hoping that Drax would, but I don't think Drax will be streaming anymore. I know that Jinx is still streaming because, well, I just right before I started my stream, I got the alert for Jinx going live. So everybody give Jinxed Art a follow. And I think Jinxed is streaming right now, so you can probably watch Jinxed at this very moment. Don't know if she's painting Skelly Friends or whatever, but she's definitely live now. It usually streams on Friday. D8. Hopefully, there's some some fun kind of stuff that's maybe caught your eye, brought you back in again, and hopefully it will also be enjoyable, because that's kind of an important thing. Once it's not really fun anymore, it's kind of not really interested in keeping up with it as much. Now, where did the other? There you are. Fine, maybe a little bit of thinner there. I thought I had that turned off. We will now turn that off. I forgot all about this right here. And I think, yep, we can still use the, oh, look at that. Yeah, there's still some of that violet that's just kind of the glazy stuff that's just sitting there waiting to use. Glad that you got some painting stuff going on again. is it just kind of random whatever? Just, okay, I'm going to do something to get back into it? Or was there something you said, well, I would really like to get really back into this specific thing? Yeah, there's still a whole bunch of glazy stuff there. We can only take that so far. I don't know if Jinx is actually going to be. I think Jinx is going to be at Adepticon. They were last year, anyways. So yeah, we're just gonna do the. I had to kind of wait on this until, and even now, even at this point, the glazy stuff is still. That's gonna need a little bit to set, even though it's Alkids. And what looks like light, that is barely a mid-tone. I mean, that is really, really, really dark, actually. And of course, the big difference, D8, is that, well, all the miniatures that I'm making, at least, gosh, I think everything that I've painted on stream and in videos has been figures that I made myself, or busts, or flats, or bas reliefs. So yeah, this might be the other thing we try to tackle tomorrow on the stream. So the Lady of Shalott's bust and Lancelot there, perhaps. Now let me get. Oh, I never put. Well, actually, it's a good thing I didn't put this out here, Camden, because remember what happened last night? That stuff turned to gummies. Just basically. Ooh, we didn't do that here though. That just turned to gum pretty much, like in no time flat. So let's get this out here, and then immediately get some thinner on that. And of course, well, we were doing all kinds of different busts. We're calling it Byzantium Wars busts that we did. Those were super fun. And then of course, well, all the I don't know if you saw the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears there, D8. It's all on the Instagram. Yeah, you can check it out there. It's all on the Instagrams. All right, where's my phthalo green? There you go. Maybe even a little. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna grab me a little bit of that. And now some thinner. Let me put this somewhere over here. Okay, there's just a whole bunch of stuff. There we go. Got some of it off of that brush. We know we're going to need this here and some of it there. Also some there. Get a little bit more of this here. Thanks, Switchblade. Appreciate that. Now, Switchblade, did you get a chance to share your stuff there? I'm not sure if it did. I know I said wait till there's more people in there. Well, thank you so much, Switchblade. Appreciate that. So I'm just going to do a little bit of this. We'll do some of this on our Lady of Shalott there. And then we're going to start getting into the skin tones because we're going to need to do this, right? So no sense in doing a whole bunch of stuff and then just wiping it all out again. That's always a good thing to do, right, Switchblade? Now look at here. That's a change in consistency because there's still the glazy stuff sitting down there. Yeah, that's still down there. But because again the change in consistency, more thinner, less thinner, always got to be playing that little game. Let me I'm gonna try it here. What the heck? Let us see if we can do this here. Let me try and do some pin line washy stuff. There. That's it. Actually, I might use even a smaller, because we have these. That's what these are for right here. Oh, that should be super fun there, Switchblade. Now, Switchblade, were you going to be going kind of the typical Rohan color scheme, or are we going to do something, a different type of color scheme there? Come on, there we go. Here is some of our inline washy stuff in here. I wasn't sure how much. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you, if you have a for bolt action a bunch of terrain. I made tons of bolt action terrain, and this was before 3D printing. Yeah, this was bolt action terrain long before there was any kind of 3D printing going on. I think we'll just wait on the rest of it. Let's wait on the rest of it. Let me do the potentially glowy stuff here. So 1 second, let me get my other reference here. Wait a minute, there's just stuff all over the place. Okay, that's the one nope, I need that one. There we go. Let's get to some of this and some of our sky blue here. Sky blue. More sky blue. Find maybe a little bit of the manganese blue. I think that has got enough dinner in it. Switchblade, I always wondered if N scale was the, well, scale for Flames of War, because I did that armored train back in the day. Yeah, I did the armored train, and that seemed to be very much N scale to me. I wonder if I'll stick with this. We'll see if we don't like this. We can always change stuff around. It sounds a little bit like 1/48 scale and, of course, bolt action scale. Because I always found it interesting that when the bolt action guys would do tank commanders or something like that, the tank commander would be in 1/48 scale, the vehicle would be in 1/50th scale or something, maybe 1/52nd scale or something. It was always a little weird. And people kept insisting that 1/42nd scale was too big. Actually, it was the right size. It was the 1/50th was too small. Let me get. Yeah, maybe that does work. We'll have to again come back with our darker gray stuff over this, but I'll stick with that for right now. Here, let me get my sky blue again, and that needs to go in here. Come on, all the way down in there. Wow, that's quite the recess there. I guess we'll just break this down some more then. me get rid of that. And I'm going to switch to this here. I think we'll be able to use this guy here. A little more of that sky blue. There we go. I think this will work. Gotta still break it down some more. I think we're good now. Yeah. Get rid of some of that extra stuffs there. Here. Gotta do some more here. Let me get this in there. Needed to do that in a even more of a pinline wash style there. Just trying to circumnavigate the base. We're getting there. Then I got to do this top section. There's not as much of that. No, there is as much of that to do. Fine. Whatever. I think, well, gravity's going to work more in our favor here, though. With our pin line washi, so yeah, it's going to work a little bit easier. Also there. Also here. Now here. Almost there. We have one last little bit. Let me just approach it this way. Okay, so now I got that around there. All right. Some of our sky blue, some of that manganese blue, because these all have to be changed. That needs to be a blue. There's these. Also that. And that. Gonna get me some of that around the eyes here. And hopefully that corrects itself relatively quickly. Or the Michael. Gotta just leave it now. We'll start to get some of our lighter skin tone in there. Let's do that. So 1 hour 38 minutes in for both our Lady of Shalott and our Morgan Le Fey. Now we'll start to do some lighter skin tone stuff here. Little more the Rosa. Like that. A little more, something there. We never did get this, so we'll change this around. little bit of the magenta to go with there, and now back to more of the Terra Rosa. Gotta get some, there we go, a little bit of rose. A little bit of rose there before we go back to our other skin tone. I think Switchblade, it's always kind of fun when they do sort of reach that phase that you're talking, where they just kind of all of a sudden they have their eyes and such, they start coming to life. But it all has to get set up right. It has to get set up in those earliest phases, and the glorious messy phase, right, Switchblade? The glorious phase that is messy. Things must be messy before they can be neat. It's Lady of Shalott here. S3 Switchblade, this process is not a Philadelphia 76er trusted process, right? We trust this process. Do that. A little more light up there. Again, the skin tone can't get too light because the Cyberthuria is not going to really... There we are. Actually, Switchblade the last time... Oh, this was this ReaperCon 2016 or something? When Ed said, okay, who wants to go to the range? This was obviously several days after the actual main convention. I was the only one that went. And we did skeet and trap for, well, the entire day. I think it was something like 425 rounds that I used up. And of course, I didn't know we were doing that, so that was my last set of clean clothes there, Switchblade. And we also had to get out there and collect the brass too. So when I went to the airport the very next day, I just kind of figured it's like, okay, this is going to be a full cavity search here, because I was just going to be covered in so much GSR that, yeah, they were going to say, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, since it was just me, there was originally supposed to be something like 4 people. There was just me. My thing again is definitely the target shooting stuff. That is really my flavor right there. Let me do some of this here. A little bit lighter on the fingers. And again, this is nowhere near as light as we can go. We can certainly go lighter than this. Oh man, we got definitely get some more skin tone over there. And again, we want that bluishness, blue-violet to stay there in the skin tones. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Then we'll try to maybe even get the lighter stuff in there. I'm gonna... Yeah, let's do that before we do the darker stuff here and continue with the skin tone. Alright. Let's push you over there. Let's have at it here. And that's why I haven't done any of this, because I knew I'm gonna have to stick my finger on there just to support it. Over here's a little different story. I can basically at first I wasn't going to use these wider bases, and again, these all have the magnet hole in the bottom of them. And we're talking about really strong magnets. We were just showing them a little bit ago. Yeah, these are not casual magnets. These, again, are the... if I had some more of those, I could make my own particle collider. So yeah, where there's what, the Hadron Collider there. Well, we're going to have the Wampleville Particle Collider. So I might just say that that kind of occurs after we snarf down a box of chocolate-covered raisins. Let's get some lighter skin tone up there. Over there. Let me throw some of that onto the fingers too. Like so. Knuckles, come on. More of this on the knuckles here. Let me do this. Alright, back to our Lady of Shalott. Now here we look at, we're just gonna sit our finger out to actually I could zoom in now that we're doing the faces here. Let's zoom in a little. And of course, this will be very different for our expression here between the two of them. Yeah, they're two very different expressions on their face. Their eyes going to be looking real different directions. I was getting kind of, I thought that could be a neat thing for people to see, especially on the same stream. We know we want to get lighter there. We still need to get lighter on the cheeks there. And then we'll have to kind of get some of our rosé stuff working on this too. Alright. Ooh, yeah. I wonder, I might just, let me see if I can dig this out of here. I can. Is this the dark red? No, that is not it. Here it is. This is the Paul Rubens stuff here. Well, I didn't, that's a wee bit more than what I actually needed. Yeah, I didn't need quite that much. In you go. Nope, too late. I could see that a mile away here. Let's give me some of the Rosa in there. There we go. Yep, that needed a little bit of rosé. It was also a little bit too dark in that and them there shadow areas. Okay, same deal over here and Shazam. Now we're talking. I wonder. Let me do this here. No. The violet there. A little bit of dark on the underside of the schnoz. And remember with the lips, now you don't want to make them like blue, as in they're freezing, but unless you're doing like super heavy duty, like film noir lipstick stuff, the whole ruby red lips thing, yeah, that's not really a thing. Yeah, not quite with the ruby red lips. Come on, there we are. No, well, there we go. Some of our brown, some of the black. Just trying to essentially make like the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Yeah. Just gonna balance there. There. Probably need some dark over that too. Hey there, This Mechanic Games. Great to see ya. So happy Saturday there, This Mechanic Games. I hope that everything goes well. And This Mechanic Games, if you wanted to share some stuffs in the chat there too, please go ahead. And I hope that everything is going, well, at least as good as it can. We are having lots of fun here. Our Cyber Lady of Shalott and our Cyber Morgan Le Fey. After we did last time, we did our Cyber Morgan Le Fey bas relief, and also our Cyber Merlin. Let me really start to carve out some shapes here. So again, great to see you, of course. You know what, that is just going to be darker. I think I can do this. Yeah, now that our glazy stuff is set a little. There we go. I know we're starting to hopefully get a little bit of the glow behind it. Little bit of glow going on behind it there. Might have to do that one more time with our glazy stuff. That's okay. Might need a couple of a couple of darks in the here, right here. We'll have to come back with our lights on the underneath the eyes there too. Let me widen this a little more with the eyes here. Sorry about the voice there. Very cool. And again, everybody check out This Mechanic Games. Going to post something there. Everybody please go click on the link when This Mechanic Games posts that. Let me move it over that way so you can see it a little bit easier. There we go. I'm going to widen that a little more. Now this is going to have to get cut off again. Let me try this here super quick. Alright. Okay. Darker line up there. Before we forget, let me take a little bit of this lighter. No, too light. Now we're talking. That can't be all that dark. D8, I think there was that original Discord that was made a long, long time ago. I haven't looked at that. Actually, D8, probably the last time I looked at that might have been the last time you posted something there. So it's been a long time. Just between the between the two YouTube channels and Instagram and the Facebook stuff, there is unfortunately no more time for social media stuff there. Again, sorry about the voice. It's good. Well, now we're down to like 23% humidity here. which will probably change back in the other direction soon. Bingo. There, okay. Alright, and now maybe get some of the sky blue, some of the white here. No, that's going to be way too thick. Let's thin that down a smidge there. Okay, there we go. It's like, nope, that's not going to work. That is a little better for this. Around the edges of that, yeah. Yeah, that did. I definitely wish I did. But yeah, there's no way. Wait, I wasn't really gonna lighten that stuff up just yet, but I think I'll just do it anyways. Let me see if I can get some of this up here. So I'm gonna take a little bit of you. There we go. That's what I need. There we are. That is what I needed up there. And we're going to be doing a similar thing like this on the Morgan Le Fey too. One more round of something like right there. I went to, okay, yeah, I do still have this light so I can use for the skin tone here. Now, Switchblade, were you able to take advantage of the $63 Amazon thing there? Switchblade, let's put it this way, I'm very tempted to just get another batch myself. If I hadn't just, well, I just got all that printer paper and stuff. Otherwise, I would be getting another set of them for me, Switchblade. Velfir, it's just, well, you know how it is, right? It just bounces back and forth 1 minute. Actually, Velfir, I was running dehumidifiers for 3 days. Actually, no, like 4 days. Actually, I technically still have some of them going, Velfira. Yeah, because of all the stuff from earlier in the week. Yeah, I've had the dehumidifiers going. The humidifiers, they've all been taken away, so there is no artificially doing that anymore. So yeah, Switchblade. I really. There's definitely a part of me that is tempted. Now I think also there's another thing. They might not be here by the time I'm going to Adepticon. Yeah, let me do it. Let me do this. What? Oh, good. There's. That might have just got a little too light with what I had in the brush. No, that's not too bad. No, that works. That's okay. Yeah, Switchblade. The first time that went on, the first time I ever saw it on super sale, yeah, it was at Adepticon. Yeah, I couldn't pull the trigger because I was obviously a little bit of ways away from home for accepting the delivery. So yeah, and of course, the day I got back, Switchblade. Yeah, do I even need to tell you what happened? Quite late, the day I got back, guess what wasn't $63 anymore? It would be one thing if it was, maybe 2 days before, something like that. No, it was the day I got back. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, I think I sent you the chess pieces there. Obviously, an after Adepticon type of thing. And obviously, I know that you're super, you're not going to be printing stuff a whole bunch anytime soon. So hopefully, Grand Oracle, once you're ready to go with the printing again, I'll have that ready for you to test out on the really nifty printer. And of course, obviously, I can't wait to see what these look like on your printer, Grand Oracle. And Armored Wolf, well, obviously, you ain't gonna be printing these before you head down here, but I'll just maybe just have a USB with all these on there. Just very curious to see what these are gonna be looking like from on yours. They should look way better. I mean, considering, right, Velfera, I've got a printer that I think Abraham Lincoln was printing out stuff on the printer that I'm using. Actually, he probably said, dude, you should get something a little bit newer than that. So great to see you there, Grant Oracle. A double deal here. Ladies' night here on the channel. Oh, thanks, Grant Oracle. Now, the spell effects, I was telling Ryan that if I even do those at all, it would only be on the larger. If I print it larger, and I would probably print them out separately, right, Grand Oracle, and then glue them on there. It just makes no sense to try and print them and all that kind of stuff together. But I was very excited about that. Let me see, Artemichael. I'm pretty sure that between the busts, the bas reliefs, and these, I would imagine that in the last 2.5 weeks, I've probably gone through 8 containers of resin. I don't know about 8, but at least 6. A minimum of 6, possibly as many as 8 liters of resin. Because I'm not just printing out this stuff. I'm also printing out, well, the BFG ships. Yeah, there's other stuff being printed out besides just that. Now, Erda Michael, it's probably more than most people do with their printers, like in years and years and years, just in the last few weeks, I would think. And it's not like they're, yeah, Grand Oracle. At least the new FEPs are holding up, Grand Oracle. Now, I did get well, I got some more FEP sheets, but I also got the protectors, the tearaway protectors. So I was hoping later tonight to put that on both of the machines. Oh, there you go. 1 second, Grand Oracle. Whoops, I went right past. There we go. A mini height train and Oracle. And of course, Grand Oracle, our Saturday stream is going to be the bust version there. I'm also trying to get the Lancelot bust ready to go too. We'll see if that happens. Everybody check out the Instagram link that This Mechanic Games just posted. Everybody go check that out, please. Because I can't look at it myself. You guys have to go look at that. And again, everybody please go check out the Instagram link that This Mechanic Games just posted. Now we're also, again, if you look at the references, here, let's put it here. You can see these, where my finger is floating around over here. You can see there is the kind of the glowing fiber optic stuff that's going to happen in the dress there. Now, This Mechanic Games, what I've been trying to do lately, Now we'll see if it happens tomorrow. Again, everything is, I think it might work out for tomorrow too. I've been trying to on Saturdays have an earlier start. Now it's not exactly hours earlier. I'm trying to start at 10 Central. So yeah, Velfair, I'm still going to try to do the 10 Central start tomorrow. We'll see if it works out. Obviously, Velfair, if I'm not doing that, well, you'll know what's been going on here. You'll have a very good idea of what happens, what's happening. So everybody check out those those the Stormcast Eternals there. This Mechanic Games. Everybody can check out This Mechanic Games. The post that they just made. Do that stuff. Now even the board there, Grand Oracle. That might be something where I print some elements of it separately and then kind of like maybe all of the lot of the data screens and some of the cables there. That might be stuff that I print. Might like what about this, Grand Oracle? Each of the all of that stuff is separate panels that you print almost like flat, like you would be printing a flat. I mean here, okay, it's like this. It would be like printing these, right? You print them flat on the plate, and then you just stick them onto the sides. Oh wow, Grand Oracle. I got to remember that. Because that might just be a much easier way. Now, obviously, the testing, I was just going to print that out in FDM. But yeah, Grand Oracle, what if it was, well, it has to be possible for other folks to print it too. And that might just do the trick. Now, here we're going to use a Prussian blue for the eyes. You know what? That's why I haven't been painting anything on the arms here. And again, very, very critical here to get these in the right place. Refresh. Refresh that brush. There. A little more. Further down. More of the dark there. Hey there, Ingunis. How you doing? Everybody, please give Ingunis a follow. Guess what, Ingunis? Paints with the oils, also streams the oil painting. So give Ingunis a follow. And of course, Ingunis, why don't you do the thing? Do the thing. Post a link to the Instagrams. But now you just got this. Where did he go? Where is he at? Here we go. we've uh, we've had a couple of chances to paint. This is one of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. There's that golem, and here's our kitty cat. Yeah, there's our kitty cat right there. Now we're going to try to get. Let me see. It's going to be interesting here to get the lighter blue in the eyes. Doing that. Need to change the angle of this one eyebrow here. Change the angle of that one a little more to. There we are. There we are. Little more. This Mechanic Games, I'm usually like one of the last people. Actually, last year, I don't know if you saw what he did. He did the Balrog diorama. My job was to paint all of the background stuff. Like the piece of cardboard that was all around the scene, that was me. Saturday night, pretty much all Saturday night doing that. So generally, yeah, this mechanic games, whatever is kind of the final phase or something like that of the paint and pass, ends up sitting in front of me at some point. Whatever is the task or whatever, yeah, that usually ends up with me. So we got the violet, we got the black, mixing that together here. Sorry that you can't do the Adepticon this year there, this mechanic games, but hopefully next year gonna work out. Well, I guess this mechanic games on the plus side, you can kind of start the projects early. Yeah, get those things started early. Give yourself, well, essentially a whole extra year. And well, you know how this goes. This mechanic games, it would still be a total rush because again, I had all kinds of stuff painted that I was going to be taking to Adepticon. Remember we did this on stream? Yeah, that was going in the Loot Studios portion of the Resin Beast. It ain't doing that. Yeah, that's that not happening because there's no Loot Studios in the Resin Beast anymore. So, and we found that out just a little bit late. I hope you have fun at Dragonfall there too. This mechanic games. I think there's a bunch of classes there. I know there's Tony's got the painting the contest there. Yep, Tony's got the contest. So I'm sure that you'll really enjoy yourself at that. Is that in Galena there? This mechanic games the Dragonfall. Now, I don't know if you wanted to throw out the dates there or something like that so that people can see that. And that's Tony, and of course Tony's going to be doing the charity thing at Adepticon every year. That paint and pass that this mechanic games just mention. Now I know that Tony changed his Twitch name, so it's not You Got Me Monologuing anymore. I don't know what it is now, but it's different. I think he's actually changed it a couple of times now. And get there, we'll get that out of there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Boise just shared because Boise's got a buddy coming to Adepticon, and check out some of that nifty stuff that Boise just shared. So October 2nd through the 4th, and again that is Dragonfall. There's I think there's tournaments and stuff there too, in addition to the miniature painting and all that. And yeah, there's I think there's classes there too. I don't remember what the painting contest is called. I just know there is one. Let me try to get the lighter stuff on the side of the schnoz right here. Come on. Boom, there we go. Decide, come on. A little lighter. Then we got to get in all of the digital cyber tears and all that kind of stuff going on. How's about we try some of that now? One of them might just be one of our stickers here. Do we have? Nope. I don't have a sticker. Well, yeah, I don't have a sticker made. But here's the stickers I'll have at Adepticon. There's 3 more on the way. There's more on the way. Again, this is our Bridget figure. Got a second one of our Ski Venus stickers coming. There's our alternate. I'm gonna try and make a miniature of that for. An alternate version of Nimue there. Let me get. I wanted this is too soon. But I'm going to try to get me the really, really, really dark stuff here in the eye. And you can kind of see that they're looking this way, right? It's very crucial. Even the way the eyelids are shaped here and the eyebrows, very, very important. This mechanic games, oof, just ask AD Creations what it's like not being entirely mobile at Adepticon. Since the place is, the building is like, feels like it's 17 miles long and 19 stories high. Yeah, you'd be hoofing a lot there, this mechanic games. Definitely get yourself all ship shape there, and it'll be way easier. You'll just enjoy it more. This mechanic games. Yeah, I think you'll definitely enjoy it a lot more instead of having to constantly worry like, how the heck am I getting over here, over there? So smart choice there. This mechanic games all around. Oh, can I get that? Oh, that might be in the right spot. That one, no, I might have to move that one down a little. But anyways, I got to do this too. So, okay, so I think if I just do a little bit of dark, we'd be in the right spot. Yeah, Velfira, so AD, because of the, I think it was the meniscus thing, AD had to use one of the, mm, for any kind of long-term transport, had to use the scooter. And, I mean, it's not like you can't move Velfira, but it's just, okay, I'd like to get to my destination sometime before July, right? And I'm sure that's the kind of, that's what you're thinking too. Because that first, and this was Wednesday. This was Wednesday late afternoon, and I was trying to get AD over to that meet and greet thing, which was literally on the opposite side, and it was 2 blocks and 4 floors away. And because we couldn't just, oh, here, run the, wrong way up an escalator and do the usual kind of, O.J. Simpson at the airport Valfera, that took a long time to get there. Ah, that's what I needed on this side. Now, oh, look at that. Now we're getting the expression we wanted here. Yeah, this mechanic games, there was a bunch of folks that never got down to Fort Wapple because, well, it was kind of far away from where they were. And just for folks that, just so you know, I am in Fort Wapple, but I am off to the side. I'm in the quiet zone. Huge surprise, I'm in the quiet zone. That was very helpful last year. I actually did not need the squawk box like every minute of every day because I was in the quiet zone. It's pretty. I mean, it's not silent there, right? This mechanic games, but boy, a little bit more tame, wouldn't you say? It was a little more tame. Now, of course, you do have the tournament rooms right outside of that, but I mean, those doors are basically closed. The only sounds I can remember hearing from any of the tournament rooms was some of the Lord of the Rings music coming from the Lord of the Rings tournament room. Which, I mean, that's terrible, right? This mechanic games, it was so awful we had to complain. We don't stand for any of that Lord of the Rings stuff here. No siree. We just paint it all the time. We don't stand for it. That was a little too happy with the lighter stuff there. Now, Valfira, that might change, as time goes on. As things kind of, what would you say, as things kind of pan out, whatever? lighter there. Yeah, there we go. So now we're starting to get some of the hair highlights on that. And of course, we'll be doing a similar thing with Morgan Le Fey, but this is the expression we're looking at doing. Here you go. Look at this. It look that all it is just basically changing where the eyes are pointed, right? Where the irises and the pupils are. That's two super different expressions just via where the eyes are. Again, doing the eyes straight forward in the kind of mugshot style, especially when you're doing something like a bust, it's like, well, what was the point of doing something big like that? And if you're gonna do something, I mean, even a 72 mil like this, you really want to try to take advantage of the facial details there. Yeah. Also, too, right? This Mechanic Games, we basically had our own little private bathroom over there too. Everything kind of out of the way. We also had a lot of sunlight. Well, when if there was sun shining, we were going to have it in that area. This Mechanic Games also consider the color charts, right? We used to talk about those all the time. Every time I do one of the color theory and oils episodes, we do the color chart things. And of course, you could always do the, one dark color, one light color value study type things. And that's good with the acrylics too, not just an oil paint thing. I mean, you could do the paint swatches with acrylics also. It's not, again, not just an oil paint thing. It would be more challenging to do those. Pretty straightforward, right? This Mechanic Games to do those with the oils. Yeah, let me just take advantage of the oils. Take some of that away. Look at that. It's almost like we got ourselves an eraser. We start to pick out a few more. Here we go. A few more lights there. What are we at? Oh, we're at 2 hours. Oh, we just missed our Cinco Dos there. We almost had our 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Just missed that. Grand Oracle. I didn't break out the fast matte white until about 4 hours and 15 minutes in. It was like an all-time record, Grand Oracle. I was looking like, wow, yeah, we have no fast matte white out here. And it was well over 4 hours in. Taking some more of my lighter. This is almost the same kind of stuff. Actually, it's pretty much the same color. We're right there. Almost the same stuff. Oh, here we go. This Mechanic Games. This was just Van Dyke Brown. Now, of course, that was the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. Oh, I'm looking forward to using that again. Landrest. I think you. Well, let's see it. Or did you go to the Naples Yellow? I think you had Brilliant Yellow Pale, right, Landrest? I know we got to use that on the Zygomores. Once Adepticon is over and we don't really have to worry about, okay, this has to be dry as soon as possible. But we'll be breaking out also to some of the snazzier colors too. Yeah, we won't be breaking those bad boys out. Cobalt, teal, bluishes and such. Pure oranges, pearling crimsons. Or should we just call it the magical palette? It's the one that makes all your savings go away. It makes them disappear real fast. Yeah, they're abracadabra paints. They make your finances disappear. That's where you just get to explain to the youngsters that they might be waiting a few years to get into college, like sometime around age 37. Let me get this darker brown in here. And there too. So again, I haven't done anything on this portion or this, because as you can see, I've been sticking my hand on that. We're waiting till all this is done. That whole deal got to be done before we fool around with anything else. Especially anything here or here, because I'll just be sticking my hands right on it. That makes no sense. We'll just be wiping that out. Let me see. I want to see if I can go lighter on the lower lip here, and then we got to get that crazy bit of reflected light up there. Oh boy, that's gonna be spicy. Here, let me try that. Let's do it. Is that too light? It is not. Not really. Hey there, Recoil. Recoil, I was telling Camda. Hi, Drax. How you doing? Thanks, Drax. I could use me some of this. Thanks, Drexia. I hope that you're doing well. So, Rico, I was telling Camda that time change thing, Rico, they didn't just put us 1 hour ahead. They put us 13 hours ahead. So, yeah, we're ahead of you, Rico. Did you realize that you're on March 12th right now? Yes, it is not March 15th for you. Yes, it's almost, yeah, you are now 13 hours behind us, at least according to your footy coverage there. Because you sent me that message there, Rico, and I'm like, it's almost the end of the third quarter. Uh, yeah, this mechanic games, well, I'm actually using Naples Yellow on the palette here. So Drexia, I hope that you're doing well, and of course, Drexia, you want to share some stuff in that chat, please go ahead and do that. So Drexia, here, let me show you a little something, something. So we're trying to finish off the trifecta of Morgan Le Fey. So we did the bust. I think it was Monday. That's when we did this. Yeah, it was Morgan and of course Merlin. But here's we did this one of the bas reliefs we did, so you can kind of get a preview of what the figure version is going to look like with this right here. The maze. Oh, that's right, maize and blue rats. Drexia, maize and blue rats. Now, of course, Drexia. Have you made yourself a field for them? I mean, you got to have the big house. You got to have the big house if you're going to do that. Let me do some more right here. Well, at least it wouldn't be too hard to fit 108,000 rats in there, Drexia. That shouldn't take any time to paint at all, right, Drex? Now, Drexia, that'll take a long time to dry, of course. I mean, yeah, you know that already. Now, where did that go? Is this? Oh, yeah, here you go. So, Drex, actually, this and if you got radiant blue Drex, that might help. But this and white, that would it's cheaper than the cadmium, and also it would take less time to dry. But yeah, Drex, you almost have to get a little bit of blue in there, literally into your yellow. I know that kind of sounds a little weird, but yeah, almost have to have a little bit of blue in that yellow. So yeah, recoil. I didn't even know that they were on at all. You sent me, so thanks for sending the message because I wouldn't have known. Recoil, I would not have known. I saw, of course, on my Facebook there immediately, Recoil, there was this great run where English, he's about at the center square. He kicks to Naughton, and Naughton does this. I mean, he dropped this in right over the defender, right into a Bont's hands, like in the goal, like in the middle of the goal square. Bont was on the dead run, and Naughton just he could have gone for like a 48-meter kick or something like that. But he went for the long, perfect pass to Bontempelli there in the goal square. Thank you so much, Mini Mitch. Appreciate that. So is this like the Arthurian version of Arwen? It's like, I think so, because I'm bummed out. Wasn't she bummed out too? It's like, you could at least look at me when you're talking to me. Oh, you should have seen last night. Gandalf was very grumpy about Merlin. Let's see what happens for Mini Mitch. It's definitely it was like this. That is a cocked dice. So this is the first actually of all the rolls we've had. That's another. Okay, so Mini Mitch has gotten 3 rolls. What was weird is that it was cocked like this twice, and then finally it was Destiny, Mini Mitch. I think it was Destiny. So here's what Gandalf was not happy about. This was on Monday here. So the bust version of Merlin and the bust version of Gandalf. What's missing on Gandalf? Yeah, I think you know. That made him very upset, Recoil. He was not happy about that. Actually, well, it was just last week, right, Recoil? The crazy play where basically every single defender was run past right to the goal square. Finally. So yeah, Drixie, do you have that Hansa yellow? And again, the only reason I got that is because I think that was one of the colors Kathy's sister sent. Was that Hansa yellow? Oh no, it was I got this. Geez, can I even find it? It's buried, but it was the fast matte version. Well, anyways, we'll just grab one of the fast matte colors here to show you. And of course, these don't exist anymore. So yeah, I got it there. Hey, there's Surface Tension. How you doing? Surface Tension, why don't you share some linkies in the chat? Everybody check out this link that Surface Tension is going to share some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. We need to lighten that up a little more. It's a little too dark. Little too dark. Everybody check out the link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. Alrighty, so face mostly in place. Now we got to do those digital tiers. Now, can I actually find those bad boys here? I wonder, well, let's see, is it going to be here, here? No, not there. Let me just do something like this here. Because I don't have my original, it's going to take a while to scroll here. Recoil, it's, let's put it this way, Recoil, that kick that Naughton did to Bontempelli, that is something that only a few quarterbacks in the NFL can do throwing the ball, much less kicking the ball. Okay, that is just not going to work. Oh, maybe it is going to. Okay. Once I'm just looking for my, there it is. That's the one I need. All right, let's start doing art here. Let's get this blue, a little bit of Painsy gray. A little bit of Painsy gray here. We'll start there and work our way down. Then start there and work our way down. Start here and work our way down. Now other side here. I'm gonna get everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. We're doing the darker part first. Then we'll try to do the lighter stuff. Down we go. Further with that one. Might change. And let me do it this way. I think it'll be easier to make that little change this way here. Let me just use that first. Yeah, Dreg, actually, well, even in the sculpting of this, there was, well, there's been a lot of changes to the cloth on our Cyber Lady of Shalott here. For sure. Maybe change this back. Let me grab some of you and some of you. And there, okay, that's better. There we go. Now, this is where I got a real challenge. Because the darker stuff, easier to make that thinner. Lighter stuff, not so easy to make thinner. As in, like, physically thinner. So, we shall try. We shall try here. Okay, let's do this first. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that, Surface Tension. Actually, Surface Tension, I sent you the chess pieces, right? And the chessboard? I thought I did. If I didn't, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that I did. Come on, let me get that light. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting some, and this is not our latest light either. We will be hitting these again with the Fast Matte White later. Let me try to work in a little bit of that here. Also, there. Now up here. Touch more right in there. So surface tension, yeah, I'll send that to you. I guess I thought I sent it to you. It's a bunch of pictures, surface tension. Okay, that wasn't good. I was looking at the message on the screen. We shall do some repair over there. Here, let's just do this. Whoops, not enough of the red. We'll do that, and now let me grab something to do for the dark here. And get that back to where it was before we had the big disaster. Alright, there you go. Whatever. Wow, this is way darker than I thought it was. No wonder, okay. I was like, that is not quite as bright as I thought. Well, it's not. It is nowhere near white. I mean, that's fine. That's no big deal. You know what? I'm actually going to do that then if we're going to have those kind of things going on. Don't forget, we have a whole nother figure going on here. Where's she? There she is. There we go. We have a whole nother figure going on. So 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, these were just primer. Oh, let me see if I can grab the Green Knight again. Very hard to reach, but so this is the kind of stuff I've been doing lately. Grand Oracle is just kind of, since there's so many hard to reach areas on it. Oh, and of course this is going to be a tutorial. We're going to do the ultra shiny gold on our Galahad here. That's another one of our latest sculpts. I also have the miniature version of him. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody please give Pascal Rules a follow. So Pascal, why don't you do the thing? Why don't you do the thing? Post a link there in the chat to all your fabulous painted stuff. So great to see you there, Pascal. Let me get back to my... There we go. Still not going to do anything here because I still got to get my hand on this stuff up here. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Pascal, I don't think you'll be streaming this morning, will you? Will you? I don't think so. I think that's typically your Sunday morning, right, that you do the streams there. Let me get that in there. Hey there, Blades. Everybody please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, you're finished now with the Cooper and Blades figure, right? Can everybody please give Blades81 a follow? Of course, Blades, why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? And of course, it'll be even easier to do the digital tiers, of course, on the bust version here. And we also have the... There it is. And this is way closer to the original painting because, well, again, we have this flat, literally this flat element here where the mirror is. So just imagine, right, what we're going to be able to do with the expression on the face here on the larger one there. And of course, Pascal, last night we did Not So Flat Thursday. There's our Morgan Le Fey, and there's Merlin right there. And of course, we did on Monday, we did Morgan Le Fey and Merlin, the bust versions. And of course, well, here's another one of my paintings right here. We've got a miniature of that. Actually, I'll be trying to print out the bust overnight too, I think, tonight of Branwen. Now, Pascal, did you do some color charts with them just to kind of get familiar with those guys? Because they're going to work differently than just regular oil paints. Well, that's no problem. That's no problem. You'll be able to get that one figured out again. You know, actually, Grand Oracle. Well, actually, it will be hour 3. We might be just on time with our fast matte white. So yeah, surface tension. Well, it's actually that's not the end of the process. Obviously, Blender. Yeah, that's been. I've already got a couple of favorite tools in Blender there. Surface tension. Now they're both going to come in really handy for our Middle Earth War at Sea stuff when it comes to the sails. I mean, they're helpful with the cloth, regular cloth too. There's one of them. You see, you got these really tight folds here. There's a very specific tool in Blender that lets you squeeze and do these super tight folds like this, which, you know, having tried to sculpt those manually and green stuff and epoxy sculpt and everything, those are some of the most difficult folds to sculpt. Thanks, Doji. Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Hopefully you achieved a fabulous bakery run there, Doji. Get some straighter lines in here. There we go. That's fantastic, Doji. And again, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? We're just starting to work at me a little bit of a almost kind of mid-tone lights here and this stuff. Yeah, not gonna be doing anything here because we still have to do some more stuff on the face there. Great to see you there, Uber Yeti. You got links to share too. You got Insta links to share. You got YouTube links to share. Share all the links there. And the same thing there, Blades. Actually, I did have fromage, Blades. Yes, I had a pizza. Plus, I also had spaghetti with fromage. Ooh, Blades. I have to show you. I'll take a picture of this cheese. It was on sale at the store. It's I don't know. It seems like it's like a combination of Asiago cheese and Swiss cheese. So yes, I will have to send you pictures of that fromage. Again, it was if I'm gonna try it after the stream tonight. And if I like that recoil, I'm running myself over to that store and getting more of that tomorrow. So yeah, Blades, I'll take a picture of this here cheese. And now again, I don't know if it's gonna be as nifty as I think it's gonna be, but I don't know. I think it could be very nifty. So yeah, surface tension. Wait till you see the pictures of the chess set. We were talking about actually printing out parts of it like plates. Like instead of it, trying to print out like the whole thing, you would print out individual plates like this, and then just kind of basically glue them onto a rectangular box. Instead of trying to like do it, where you're printing out the whole thing. So that way, each of the sections of the board would just be like a series of bas reliefs, which would be way easier to print out. Uh, in theory, well, I think you would still have to support some of it, but I'm thinking that's the way to go. And then with the figures, depending on the size they're going to be printed. Ooh, let me do some Oh, that's what we wanted to do. That's what we wanted. 1 second here. That's right. Let me get the Prussian blue and some of this. Gotta get some darker stuff going on here. Well, maybe not that dark. That might have been a little too dark. We need to carry some of this all the way down here. And again, not doing anything here until we're done with all of this. Been waiting to get these bits here. Now we're getting somewhere. Another bit here, and that goes off in that direction. Down to there. This way. another branch. Set our arm over there. Ah, there we are. So this is the kind of stuff I was waiting to do, but we had to have our skin tone here. Surface tension, well, with potential blizzards here, especially if you are, well, up north there in Wisconsin. So Blades, what'd you guys have? About 5 or 6 inches of snow up there, something, Blades, or was it actually that much? And again, Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Unless you already did so and I didn't see it somehow, because that can happen. Now down here, same thing. We're going to try to go like so right here. Or do I want to keep it the same? Let's keep it the same. So we're going to make a little adjustment here. Now just use this guy. Sorry about that, Blades. Sorry, I didn't see that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Blades also posted. So you can see, I think this might, well, here, you can kind of see it on our Cyber Gwenny and our Cyber Morgan on the bus. A little bit easier to see it there. Not quite as easy to see it on the figures. And this is the kind of stuff also too, surface tension, that I might try to sculpt in more. I was thinking leaving it a little bit optional, essentially, where people could freehand this stuff in. Versus if it's already sculpted in there, well, now you're kind of stuck with it. But this might, again, be something that I end up sculpting in here. And then, of course, we have, if you can see the reference over there, we have all the lighter stuff that's gone. So basically fiber optics that are kind of sewn into the cloth there. Doing that. So Blades, I did send Ed a message about painting the thing on the thing on Sunday. So hopefully he sees that. All the way down and then over that way. Down and over. And the best thing is, Blades, since it's early enough, that should be dry, or mostly dry by Adepticon. Certainly by the time he would have to take it home, it would be well beyond dry. So he shouldn't have any problems dealing with that, getting it somewhere. Because that was my other concern, is okay, I can paint it and just bring it there. But if it's painted when I would have to paint it, it would be mighty wet still when I handed it to him. Now, let me see what's going to happen here. We're going to get some of our lighter stuff in here, too. All right, we're going to get some lighter stuff in there. Now, let me do some lighter circuitry here. there. Some there. So Uber, I think you already had a chance to share your stuff in the chat there. If not, please go ahead and share that. Okay, because Uber also does the oil paints. Get shit going there, and then some more there. Fine, I'll throw a little bit more of the sky blue in there. Little smidge of our... You see what I'm doing? Yeah. Smidge of the light in here. Not a ton. There we go. Yeah. And now we'll try to get the couple more lights in there. Here as well. Now let me grab the fast mat wagon. I kind of am forced to do all this. I don't usually do this, but I kind of have to do everything up in here because I have to be sticking my hand on there to brace that. So out comes the fast mat. Wait. There it is. Where's it gonna go? It's gotta go somewhere. Just fine, we'll go over here for now. Don't need a ton of it. We'll be breaking that out again when we get over to our Morgan Le Fey here. Alright, get all this out of that rester. Breaking this down here. Break it down. Super light here. For some of this stuff. Like these guys. There. There's more of them here. We need lights on the edge of this. In here. The end of that. Yep, Landress, that's why we've been talking about the black market. I forget who it was. They have some of the fast mat colors at their local store, and I told them that they should buy as many as they could, Landress, and they could create basically a black market. It would sort of be like the quinacridone golden brown black market. Now, I fortunately had gotten, well, a few tubes of that back in the before times when you could just get tubes of it. I think if that's the quick dry white or whatever, I mean it's a little bit faster, but I don't believe it's an alkyd unless well I haven't looked at Gamwood stuff in a while there, Landrast. After Adepticon, I'll have a look-see and see if that is actually an alkyd there. That's about as light as we can go with that. Now we gotta do a similar thing here. There we go. And then we'll get the dark around those also. Now we gotta go up here and do some of our light on these. There we go. So again, great to see you there, Pascal. And well, here's hoping you can get the right thinner as well. Sorry that that a little bit of confuselness there. Let me try to lighten you up one more time. There we go. Just sorry that the thinner wasn't the right thinner there, Pascal. before again, before I stick my hand, let's try and get this stuff up here. Yeah, we'll come back with our manganese blue that we kind of just do a little bit of dry brush over the surface. Some light there. So we're at hour number 3. So that means it's gotta be, well, gotta be getting close to 3 in the morning here. Pretty close to 4 in the morning for bleeds. And all those on that Eastern time zone there. Yeah, Landret, that's just really weird. Not sure. I guess they just don't have any alkyds at all. Not sure why they jumped out of the alcohol trade, or the alkyds trade, or the alcohol, either way. Let me get the... You know what? We'll let that be some blue in there. Yeah, let's just wait that. And again, here, this is really going to make a difference. I've pretty much wiped off most of the paint that I put on there. Mostly gone. We'll be coming back with some darker stuff here too. I want to get this around our... More light there too. Yep, and a bit more up here. Poof, there we go. Same thing, our line's coming that away. I might, you know what? While we're doing it here, let's do this. Let's take some of this white, maybe some of the not Naples yellow, as we're just calling that. To just try and get some of the latest highlights on the hair again before. Let's do this one too. Too late there. Let's get that mixing up more with what we got there already. See you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here. Now, Doji, again, if I forgot to send you the chess pieces there, I'll double check. I thought I did. If I didn't, I'll make sure to get you those. Let me do that. There we are. Yeah. All right, getting up here now. So yeah, this is why I'm not doing any of this yet, because I'm basically just gonna have to stick my hand on there in order to stabilize this enough to be able to do those highlights, and now some of these. I haven't been able to, unfortunately, listen to anything recoil. I've just been filming videos. When I'm not filming videos, I'm doing this. Yeah, because recoil, I've got to do all of the essentially got to do a month's worth of videos in about 2 3/4 weeks. So basically, I'm filming extra videos, recoil every day. Obviously, that who knows? Actually, recoil, I might try to place some of that in that last bit of time when I'm doing the final all-nighters before Adepticon. But yeah, all of the Patreon tutorials got to be done before I leave for Adepticon. That's one of the reasons why the voice is kind of messed up there, recoil. Because it's almost like I'm doing extra streams every day. Oh, wait. Get this here. Last little bit of highlights up there. I guess I don't, no, I don't want that to be too light now. That would kind of distract from the light that's happening there. I wonder, I think I still got to do at least this much here. Let me take. Should I do this? Yeah, well, let's do that maybe more as fabric, not quite so much as child. So let me just try this. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't work, then we'll make it more like the circuitry. Come on. Got the rest of this here. Don't mind that that's mixing in with the skin tone because I almost kind of want that to be almost like a semi-translucent thing there. Seeing a bit there, surface tension. Just beware of the death orb there, right? Surface tension. Beware the death orb. Come on, a little bit more over there. There we go. Now, let me see if we can get... We want to get this dark stuff around. I think, well, you can even see it there on more of the same thing. Like all the little round areas there. We're going to get that dark just around it here. Ah, there we are. Now those really start to stand out. This one, tricksy one here to do. Well, we'll just have to come back with the lighter stuff again. I know we got a couple of them over here. There, and okay, that one was coming down that way. One more shot at our dark around that one. Now we got to do these ones here. Not a lot of places for my hand to go to stabilize that. Let's do this. Yeah, just duck under all of the overhangs there, surface tension. Another one here. Now I can finally get my hand onto this. Around this one too. You know what? Let me stroll on back to my fast mat weight here, super quick. Yeah, not that much. Maybe that'll work. This one right here. Let's get this. Bam, there we are. Now also a little more here. And then you back here. Yeah, we needed that. Now let me start hitting some of this and see what difference this is gonna make. Big difference straight away. Too much. We will take some away. Take it like so. Man, that really, wow, that makes a big difference, just that much. Again, we're not, hashtag no layers, right? Look, we're just going to go strong with this. No little stair steps here. Bam. How long did that take? I mean, it looked like that a second ago. Now it looks like that. Or we could do it like it's super slow drying acrylics, which would be super slow drying oil paint then. How's about we don't do that? How's about we take advantage of the oils and not do a whole bunch of layers? Again, really, really light color. If we want to, we can do that. Now we can grab something that would function as a blending brush here. Maybe this guy. Alright, so we got that big old blob of paint. We do some tap, 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 and oh, well, look at that. Yeah, not a big old blob of paint anymore. It can be just that easy. We like to do the easy things. And get touch more of my light there. Okay, then we're reasonably good on this. One step lighter, maybe in here. And maybe the end of this. A little lighter. That should get a little light. Now this here. No, that would be too late. Let me go back to this blue. Oh, we already did that one. Alright, whatever. Okay. And now we gotta start thinking about some of our circuitry here. Let me see if we can make some of this happen, at least on the front portion of this. You know what, before we even do that, let me maybe do some of that manganese blue kind of dry brushy stuff over the top of some of this in here. Let's do that real quick. Here's some of that manganese blue. And just going to dry brush that over the top. Let it tint all that stuff. Like you do, okay. Let's go now later in here. Like this, and get these areas filled in now too. These guys. A little more there. We initially did some pin line wash stuff here. To get some of this really light stuff into those recesses. Okay, now okay, that was a big old chunk of that sky blue. Here, let's retreat from that. And now we start to have some interesting stuff that's going to happen here. So let me try. We're going to come out this way maybe. Not all that, here we go, not all that different from like what we did in this bottom portion there of Morgan Le Fey's dress. This is why we made sure that our our stuff here was relatively dark, so that this would show up as much as possible. And even this is just a mid-tone right here. And of course, since it is fabric, it's going to get stretched and pulled a little bit. Come on, down there. Take it like this, and I would like to have actually a round bit like that. Close this off here. Now we're going to build another. Whoops. There we go. Another round section here. Yeah, I can't. This was the part that I was really looking forward to. Was that? Well, I was looking forward to this stuff up here, but I knew this was going to be really, really interesting. Now we got to carry that this way for a spell. And again, with the fabric being kind of pushed and pulled to and fro, that means this is going to have a little bit of a change to it. Now, it won't be a perfectly symmetrical deal there. And then, of course, it kind of disappears into some of the folds. Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, that the blender function there, where you can basically really pinch these things really tight together to get some nice tight fold. That is really a fun thing. Have this come from this way now. Going all the way down into there. Similar thing. Let me take that line to right about there, I think. Yeah. And then obviously we'll have to do this on the back of her dress too. So we're what, 3 hours 20-ish minutes? About 3 hours 20-ish minutes in here. That's part of the same stock there? Okay. Connect you about there. That doesn't go there. Just erase that away. Actually, I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna take that away. And maybe let those two come in contact. There. Let me see. I don't think you'll really be able to see the vertical line here too easily, but we're going to have it come down like this. Be in that part of the fold, I guess. Well, want it sort of be in the shadow part of a fold because, well, it'll be easier to make it lighter and way easier to see it, that's for sure. Come on, get me a little bit there. Okay. Make that go right across the top. Design within the design there. And then maybe have some of that coming down this way. I changed it a little. Change the angle on that. Could maybe even almost be like we got ourselves a bit of a rune right there. I like that idea. So let's see, that came out from hereabouts. We have to get some more of our lighter skinny tones on the fingers there, I think. Yeah, we might just have to do that. You know what, might even let some of the blue get onto here. Up and over. You know what, I like this idea. I'm going to do this too. Yeah, oh, there we go. Yep, that was a better idea. So Rico, I think, was it, I think it was Carl, was it Carlton and Richmond that were playing or something? I think that was the next game, Recoil. Yeah, that was still, I was talking to Recoil how GSW, that it always seems like the doggies early season against GSW have great success, and then when it comes time, either playoff time or that late in the season thing, all of a sudden not so much great success. They did that. I think that should pretty much go right about here, perhaps. All the way out to the end. There we go. And yeah, this is going to be significantly lighter in some places to give it that glowy look. For right now, not going to go with that super light stuff just yet. Let me see. I think it goes that way. So there, it's actually going inside that fold there. Lots of undulations, that's for sure. Let me see if I can scare up my other reference here. Okay, so that's how that was. Okay. I might just do here. Let me see if we can have something that comes down across this way. Another bit all the way from down over here. Like that. And that's going to take a little angle this way. track down this way. Okay, that is now reasonably well attached. I think we're going to try to get the similar thing where we have almost like this little bit of a circle type of a deal here. On this side. That's right about in the same place. Then we'll have the circle within the circle. About maybe like that. And then of course we also will have this, yeah, here, let me get some of the thinner out of there. We go. Just gonna hit it on this side while I'm thinking about it. Let's not forget. Come on. All the way down there. And we also need on the inside here. Same over here. Nah, let's try that again. We had this come down, and then there was another angled piece coming off of that way. Now let me try to get some of the later stuff on here so that we can see how this is working out. Now let's get the later stuff going. Yeah. See, that really starts to stand out. Oh, but that's not straight up white either. That's still got some blue in it. Okay, that right over here. And if need be, we can always take that manganese blue or maybe that and a little bit of the Prussian blue and do that sort of dry brushy thing over the top. And the idea again is we're kind of taking some of this and that is now kind of essentially integrated into the fabric here. At least that's the idea. And none of this is sculpted in. I'm just basically, this is all just kind of freehand. It's going wherevs. That's how we're going to roll here. Wherever it goes, that's where it goes. Ooh, is that too light? Maybe not. And we'll probably try to have the little diodes at the end of some of these too. Like we did up here. Hey, Metalovich, how you doing? Welcome back there, Metalovich. I hope that everything is going fantabulous. Now, Metalovich, I don't know if you have some stuff maybe that you can share, whatever, in the chat. But if you got some stuffs you want to share, please go ahead and do that. Appreciate you joining us again there, Middleovich. So many new developments since you were last here. It's hard to even mention them all. There's been lots and lots of them. Now, well, including our Cyberthurians here. Let me do a little shot like this here. No, actually, that we did need that little bit of blue behind it. Okay. Fine, we can do that. Back to me later stuff here. Right, that kind of ended up in that darker fold. We'll just have to leave it there. Some more of this lighter stuff now. Now we'll try to get, is that actually, that is not connected to this. All right. This is, here, we'll change this back a little bit here. Let me just take out some of that. Might even darken it a little more. Let me get some thinner. We almost have to kind of rejuvenate that paint there a little bit to get it to flow again. There we are. Okay. Let's try this again, because that needs to be much bigger. There we go. That's more the size of what we needed there. Down we go with another one of our angled and then vertical. Angled and then vertical. Ah, that's fantastic, Milovic. Now, I don't know if it's been the oil paint stuff or if it's been the usual acrylics or whatever, but I'm hoping that no matter what it is, you've had a lot of fun doing it. Let me get my... We need 2 angle pieces coming off of that, and then it goes down again. Here. And then it takes a jog backwards, right? Yep, takes a jog backwards. Like this, and then also down again. We'll have fun at the convention there, Boise. And again, well, Boise, if you see anything fun there or whatever, you know, you want to send some pictures of that, have some fun at the convention. And again, if you see something real cool there, and you want to send pictures, that's all good. Metalovich, if there's anything again that you wanted to maybe share or whatever with the oil paints there, that would be super to see. So yeah, you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. You know, I gotta get me a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown in here. So have a good one there, Boise. Now we're gonna darken this up here a little more. Get some more thinner in that. A little more thinner. Now I think we're talking. Let's do this side here. Well, we're gonna throw some more light in that too, but for now I just want to hit this. Same thing here. Now let's start to darker this is, the lighter our blue is gonna look behind it. Everybody check out that link that Middleovich just shared, and also check out Boise's link there. Yep, check out that first ever oil miniature for Boise. And again, check out the link that Middleovich just posted. Now, Middleovich, I don't know if you saw all the, well, even all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. That sort of kicked things off in December. And then, well, obviously, there's been some of the files that I made for the Patreon videos, like the Shadow Lord and the Galadriels and such. So we'll put this darker stuff on here. Then we'll come back later once this all has a chance to set, and we'll get the later kind of warmish gray on here. It's fantastic, Middleovich. I don't know if you've seen a lot of the Cyberthuria stuff and now the Celtic goddesses. Let me, get that. Bingo. Alright, and then we're just going to leave that for now. Let's get some more of our darks in here. Another one there, another along there. How's about a smidge of reflected light here? That's not light enough. Now we're talking. We might hit that again. Maybe go even a little bit later there. Gonna work some of that up in here. That's actually got almost a little bit of violet in there too. Where are we at with this? Speaking of which, I might just grab more of that. Okay. Also, geez, I think I probably got to bring out some more of the. Well, let me throw some of that over there too. I'll probably have to bring out more of the floral green when we go back to our Morgan Le Fey. Because again, we're actually working on two of these at the same time. We are 3 hours 38 minutes in. That reflected light, gonna get some of that in here. So I'm under there. So I'm right here. Little touch of that violet right there, and now we can start to maybe think about a little something right here. Again, not too much. Middleovich, I don't know if it's been a while. I don't know if you have seen and they're actually $63 right now. That would be the Paul Rubens Alkids. That's all I'm using here because all this stuff has to be ready to go for Adepticon, and obviously you're not using any extra linseed oil or anything like that. It dries a whole lot faster. And again, right at this very moment, at least as of, yesterday, I don't know about today still, but as of yesterday, they were still at that $63 price on Amazon. And again, that's the Paul Rubens Alkids. And again, these are not regular oil paints. These are the Alkyd oil paints. Now we're using the Griffin, the Winsor Newton Griffin Alkyds and the Paul Rubens alkyds. Those are very different from regular oil paints. They are designed to dry very, very fast. They are not going to have the same kind of oomph that, say, Williamsburg or Old Holland or, even Gamlin or whatever is going to have. But that's not what they're for. That's not what they're all about. Now, of course, other companies might have alkyd paints too. It's just the thing about the Paul Rubens is that you can, well, get them anywhere because they're on Amazon, and that's a very nifty thing. We call them the universal paint. And yeah, that's something we've been kind of telling folks about as much as possible over the last year or so. I don't know. Was it about this time in February, maybe, Camden, that we first got the Paul Rubens paints? I know I brought him to Adepticon, and they were pretty darn new when I brought him to Adepticon. Might try to, and then we'll again get to the back of it over here too. So they're definitely not enamels or anything like that. They're just basically oil paint. They just happen to dry faster. Yeah, you're not there. There's no. The alkyd resin is in them, but it's not like you're adding it like you would say add an alkyd medium or something like that. They have a tendency to be more matte than, say, your regular oil paints, especially if it's the Paul Rubens. Those are very matte. Oh, no doubt about that. Now, yeah, here are these little hits of some lighter whites in here. Again, for our little kind of embedded circuitry there in the cloth. Yeah, not too much of it though. It's gonna be a little bit here and there. Otherwise, it's not really gonna glow. It's just gonna look like it's just white stuff on top of the cloth. We want it to kind of look like, again, it's part of the cloth integrated into that. I just have to go in with some dark here. Let me grab that, get that skin tone out of there. I'm gonna grab me some of this, maybe a little bit of that. Is that dark enough? Well, it's gonna have to be. I'm gonna go a little darker. Let me get some of that violet, maybe some of our blue. And we'll have at that again, maybe. Yep, Metalovich, we're doing that here too. They're just oil paints. That's all they are. They just happen to dry quicker. We mix them with the regular oil paints all the time. We've got tons and tons and tons of videos showing the Paul Rubens alkyds, also the Griffin alkyds. Again, that's I think since you've been away for a while, you haven't seen that aspect. And again, that this idea that you can get them anywhere is very, very helpful. Because most other brands, they have a tendency to be like, well, I can get them here. You can't get them there. Well, unless you want to spend a whole bunch of bucks, then you can get them. These seem to be pretty much the same price or around that for everybody. At Middleovich, a couple of things we realize is that the alkyds are way more beginner friendly. They also, again, well, they don't just dry faster, they also set up faster, which means, say, working with things like, well, and they also have a line of fluoros. This is the other thing, too. In addition to the 38 other regular colors, they also have a line of 12 fluorescent colors, also alkyds, which basically one of those, or one of these, costs as much as all of those. Also, you can't get the Marion Street stuff outside the U.S., basically. I mean, you can, but you can't. You can, it will cost you. Yeah, with the Paul Rubens, again, a little bit easier on people as far as the expense goes. See, Papillon has a set showing up today. And Papillon, definitely do the color charts with them. I think I did 3 episodes. Yeah, I did 3 episodes worth of color charts on the Paul Rubens as part of the Patreon page there. I think it would be well worth your time. Okay, I know that the color charts are not super fun or anything like that, but they teach you a lot. It's not just what the color looks like, it's also how it handles, and that could be even more important than just about anything else. As you see that, you go, okay, yeah, that one is not the strongest color ever, or that one is really, 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 really matte. Hopefully everything arrives there. Yeah, that would be the water soluble stuff. That just again, I understand what was supposed to be behind that, but unlike the water soluble stuff, as soon as you mix the water soluble stuff with regular oils, it's not all water soluble anymore. So what's the point? Because now you're still going to have to clean it the same way you would clean regular oil paint. So you might as well get the alkyds, get the extra benefits from those, and well, you can just mix them with the oils and clean them and do the stuff like you would just normally do. All right, let's do some of this on the back now. Let's not fool around with the front side anymore. Let's do this back here. First, I think I'm going to get me some more of my, like, okay, some of our violet here, or no, maybe more than just a blue. Oh, I like this combo. I like that combo. We'll do that. Those two together. This still needs to be a little lighter. We're also going to get some of the stuff in there too. And again, yeah, Metalovich, we say it all the time in the videos. Yeah, you can't expect the Williamsburg quality out of, say, well, either the Griffin alkyds or the Paul Rubens alkyds, but there's the other advantages. Also, the fact that you can get the entire set of Paul Rubens, like even including the fluorescence, for what, oh, I don't know, a tube of Puro Orange would cost you in Williamsburg. Nice to see you there, Tatley. Hope that you're doing well. Well, and I guess it's a happy Saturday. It is a happy Saturday. So nice to see you there, Tatley. Hope that everything goes great. Here, let's get that extra bit of light. We're making sure we've got our warmer gray here. That's pretty important. That one, I can't get this too late either. I mean, that's borderline almost as late as we can go already. We gotta start going later with our fabric here. Let's do that. Some of this. You know what? There it is. That might be the better plan. So the Puro Orange is a Series 7. The Perline Crimson, I think, is Series 6, right? And oh yeah, Cobalt Teal Bluish, right? Grand Orgo, that's a Series 7 also. So yeah, there's your Puro Orange. It's Series 7. This got to be a 6, right? Yep, there it is. That's a 6. Now, Grand Oracle, I think, I don't know if it's all of them, but I think the Williamsburg interference card, those 5s, Grand Oracle. Now, I don't have any Williamsburg cadmiums or anything, but I think the cadmiums aren't those 5s? And I think quinacridone golden brown is what, at 8, Grand Oracle? Yeah, I think quinacridone golden brown is an 8, which is just that. Talk about a doomsday palette, right, Grand Oracle? Now, of course, the advantages of places like, say, Dick Blick is that you just wait, say, for the winter sale, the summer sale, or the Memorial Day sale. You just kind of wait. You have to bide your time, and then you see, oh, okay, it's on sale, and then you kind of strike while that iron is hot. Come on, get me there. We are. I'm gonna hit me this a little bit there. Yeah, and so this is the fabric that I'll probably adjust the most in Blender here. Oh, this stuff is just fine. It's some of the super thin fabric there. Now again, if you're printing it out this size, not that big a deal. But if you're printing it out smaller, that could be a little bit interesting. And again, that's why all of these are just test prints. But eventually, like as I said many times, these will be going up onto the Patreon page for folks, especially ones that are already lessons, like the Shadow Lord and such. Yeah, Metalovich, those colors, they have a wee bit of a price tag to them for sure. But they do some really magical thing. That's why they have the price tag on them. Boy, Grant Oracle, talk about, kind of like black marketeering, right? If you could just find some of that. Some art store somewhere that's just, okay, well, we got a bunch of these tubes of whatever this stuff is called. We just got to get rid of them. I was almost thinking of doing an eBay search there, Grand Oracle, just to see what I can find. Didn't actually, Grand Oracle, didn't we try doing that with the Fast Matte White? I think we tried doing that with the Fast Matte White just to see if we could find any. So now just starting to do get some of our freehandy stuff right here. Like we did on this side here, we're gonna get some more of the more angular version of this too. First though is this. So Cobalt Violet Deep, a Series 8. And Metal Ovid, well, the last time I used the cadmium stuff was like last spring or something like that on maybe spring slash summer on those Zygamores. Yeah, that was we called it the Doomsday palette, the Bankruptcy palette. I think every color on that right Grand Oracle was like an average of Series 5 and above. Yeah, we're talking about Williamsburg and gambling and stuff too. We weren't talking about the little guys. Yeah, this is not our latest blue. Now, of course, here it's a little different because just overall, our color here is a bit darker. So this blue, which that is again, that's a lighter blue that you're seeing on that side. It was the ouch palette for sure, right, Grand Oracle? Let me get that more attached. There we go. Down there. All right. Like that. Touch of the light here. End of you. That middle of it. A couple of those we were talking about. The pure orange. That's a weird one. We generally call it the opaque or the translucent that paints like an opaque. It's really weird. And then your Pearling Crimson. Well, that's the one that has the ultraviolet in it, right, Camda? No, that's the one in the. It's the we suspect the Indanthrone Blue is ultraviolet. The Pearling Crimson is the infrared. That's right. All right, let me get this. No, let me just start here. Let's just start here with it. Over the top, and then it ends right there. And of course, like we've been saying before, that is not it's not our latest blue that we can do. Get that down into the corner there. Now we also need some of these down here. It's a lot of the same circuit trace down here. Let me try to grab this. It's a little easier to see it on our Guinevere here. So that's what we're kind of doing down over here. Up this way and another angle there. I will have that come over this way. Straight down. Couple more of these here. That also, you can see it kind of the darker cloth there. Separates it from the base. Just by virtue of doing these things. Not terribly hard to do these. Not too thin, of course. Get you down in there. More of our lines coming out this way. Really not too many back. It might be just a couple like this. Just to give the impression of those out there. You can't. It's the sudden spike in availability of Series 7 colors. Counterfeit Series 7s, Camda. Cannot confirm nor deny. We get that all the way out here to the end of our, yeah, like that. And we're also going to just draw a little bit where it makes contact with that. I'm going to do a little of this lighter stuff in our little moat there. Another batch of it here. But again, that has to kind of end at a certain point, otherwise it'll kind of lose the glow, right? We have to have it a little bit lighter, then a little bit darker. Yeah, Metalovich, that was especially with a Williamsburg ultramarine blue. That kind of changed everything because the ultramarine blues that I had, they were kind of the lower quality stuff. And once we had the Williamsburg ultramarine, that really, boy, that made a big difference. Also, too, Metalovich doing the darker primer start. That also was another big change. That was a big old change that really made a difference. Okay, so I got those now. You can kind of see how this is starting to play out a little bit. That's about we lighten up you a little more. That recess in there is way deeper than what I thought it was. My goodness. Nice to see you there, Corgi. Happy Saturday. Great to see you. Take that down a little. Yeah, and that one too. Okay. These guys back here. I'm gonna get a little bit of my blue in that. Now let's do the lighter stuff on here. We get this. We get this. Let's get this. A little bit of the blue. A little bit. So Newton, I hope that Saturday is off to a fabulous start for you. Okay, I don't know if we'll be able to do two, but I think we'll definitely focus on this right here. So we'll be doing this for sure on the Saturday stream. Might also try to hit the Lancelot bust as well on the Saturday stream. Yeah, that's dependent on just a few different factors. Let me get that there. I'm gonna lighten up you a bit. Also you. Nope, gonna make that a little warm. There we go. Yeah. If that is gonna be lighter, we still have to make sure there's a warm enough gray to it. Metalovich, there's some really fun ones. Oh, Metalovich, you know the radiant colors, right? We really were talking about the radiant colors. If you watch one of the, again, that couple of those videos on the Paul Rubens paints, you'll see that we call them not radiants. So Okay, like radiant green, there is essentially a radiant green Paul Rubens. There's like a radiant magenta, a radiant violet, and then there's also some additional ones that, well, of the regular or true radiance or whatever, those don't exist. But as you can imagine, the radiance being not alkyds, those take a wee bit longer to dry than the Paul Rubens versions. So yeah, now we're these data stones back here. Those needed to be darkened down a lot. That is very helpful. Try and shoot me a little bit of the darker blue in some of those folds. Yeah, that really helps there. Now, also get me a little bit of this on the shoulder here. Yeah, just in a case like this, Metalovich, where obviously everything has to be as dry as possible by Adepticon, that's where these really, really, really do shine. And of course, you could just use them with regular oil paints. And guess what? Metalovich, they will make the regular oil paints dry faster. So if you're using, okay, Egyptian Violet, then if you mix some of these with them, Egyptian Violet, it dries in your natural lifetime or maybe your unnatural lifetime, depending on if you're using the one true ring or not. This is an example right here. Now, if this was Egyptian Violet, I wouldn't be doing that. Well, I could. I would just have a whole bunch of violet paint. That's just that's some primer on my hand right there. But yeah, that's all nice and dry. Even our let's see how dry this is. We were just painting this last night. Yeah, even that is kind of getting to be on the obviously where the lightest stuff is. That's a little tacky. But if it was just the violet, I think I could be able to touch that. Is this my yeah? This is my darker stuff here. Because I need to get there. We are. Yep, and I probably need to do the same on the other side. Yes, I do. I think Cam, it was that combination, right, of the floral green and that violet. That was super fun. Really enjoyed that. Here, let me go again at some of this with the really, really dark here. And of course, yeah, obviously Egyptian violet is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple, but um, it does need to be dry at some point. And again, even just mixing the alkyds with stuff like the Egyptian violet, that's going to just make it dry faster than it ordinarily would. It's not going to take away from the Egyptian violet as far as the luminosity goes. See you later there, Papillon. Who knows? We might be raiding Brushmaster later on. Maybe we see you there, Papillon. Thanks for being here. Of course, as always, happy Saturday. And again, Papillon, hopefully we see you on that next stream where we're gonna be painting for sure, the bust version of our onion lady here, our Lady of Shalott. There, okay, now we got our much lighter skin tone on that too. Hey there, Mutu, great to see ya. Of course, happy Saturday. So Mutu, hopefully the day is off to a great start for you there as well. This lighter than, nope, can't do that. I'm just gonna have to make a little finger steeple for myself here and do that. There we are. Also this. Fine, we'll do a little bit more light right there. Now move to, let's see, well, we got up, it's Ladies' Night here. We've got Morgan Le Fey, the miniature version, and also Lady of Shalott, the miniature version. Now, what I might do in a little bit here is just go refresh the medicine super quick. Won't be going very long. Now, I don't really have prints to check on. I never got a chance to start those up. We'll have to see if we can get those going after the stream. That's, yeah, Grand Oracle. I wasn't joking when I said I must have gone through at least probably seven bottles of resin here over the last 3-ish weeks. Because we've been printing out, again, not just this stuff, but all those BFG ships, all the bases that goes with those ships. More of our, not too much though. Not too much, and you're not gonna get this little bit of light on the edge. Same deal on this side. A little bit there. That's it, because we want that dark. That's what makes our blue stand out, right? So I've been using. Well, I wish I could. It was the Soraya simple. I think it was the navy gray. I love that. That was my favorite, but you can't get that anymore. I'm just using. I think it's the gray version 2 of the Soraya simple. It says water washable. It is definitely not water washable. You gotta hit it with the rubbing alcohol first, for sure. Otherwise, yeah, you just got resin. Now, on the downside, you can't use those wash and cure devices because it has to be absolutely bone dry before you cure it. Nice to see you there, Tidball. How you doing? Thanks, Tidball. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. Well, later today, when we do our Saturday stream, we will paint the bust version of our Cyber Lady of Shalott. There we got lots of, again, more cybernetic things there. And all of these based on my own. All right, now here we did the flat version, or the bas relief version of Morgan Le Fey. We also have the bust version. Did this one on Monday along with Merlin. So you can see how she's going to look. And again, a very different expression. Right, just the way the eyes are looking really changes the expression. Also the eyebrows too. So middle of it, you gotta make sure that they look like this right here. So it says right there. So it says Alkyd resin oil paint. They have other oil paints. They also have like oil pastels, don't they, Camda? But yeah, it's got to say Alkyd resin on there. And again, it's something that I've used for. It's also, it was supposed to be. Oh yeah, that's the other reason there, Mutu, is that it's supposedly less vulnerable to weird temperature changes, which around here is every single day. So it's if all of a sudden it's 10, 15 degrees cooler, it's less likely to act weird than, say, some of the other resins out there. Middleovich, that was something that I had to double, triple, and quadruple check. It was a little tricksy there, Middleovich. Yeah, there was a couple of times I almost ended up with the Alkyd version. The opera colors. If you're looking for the fluoros, they're called the opera colors. Why? We have no idea. All we know is that's what they're called. So again, if you're looking for the alkyd floros, because, well, floros, they don't exactly dry quick, do they, Grand Oracle? Yeah, those are not exactly lickety-split when it comes to drying. Ah, now we got that piece right there. That is better. I'm going to try and get me a little more of the, well, maybe not that much more. Yeah, oh, here we got to do a bunch more of that over here too. Because then it's going to look more like some reflected light is happening like you do. Extra little dark around that. Ah, here's another quickie little line right there. We want to cut that. Now this again has a little bit of the blue in it, a little bit of pansy gray. Come on, darken you down, sharpen up that. There we go. A couple edges that could just use a little bit of sharpening here. Nah, this too. Somehow that got kind of nuked. Now what I might do is just again go grab some more medicine here. And then we might be setting aside our our Lady of Shalott here for Morgan Le Fey to do some of the same stuff. So yeah, let me do that real quick right now. Let me head on over there. We shall return. Don't go anywheres, because we're going to be right back. So Mutu, that we thought that was going to work. It does not work like that, unfortunately. It works great to create blood effects. Well, if you also have Pearline Crimson, because it makes everything super shiny. It makes it super translucent. It basically almost like that candy coating stuff, right, Grand Oracle, that some of your model car folks will use. Yeah, it basically turns it into candy coating. I don't, unfortunately. Well, we have this. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, all of your paint will look like that. See how shiny that is? And that's also very translucent. That's what it's going to look like. Again, that was something we found out the hard way. So yeah, Mutu, we thought, well, we have all this paint, right? We'll just turn it into alkyds. Nope, doesn't work that way. Definitely not. That was quite the surprise, Mutu, and of course, remember the tutorial video I made on that Grand Oracle? I was I don't even think I knew what to say at the time. I just saw it happen. I was just like, what in the world is going on here with this stuff? This is not how it's supposed to go down. That was the weirdest thing ever. And I was not super happy about that because I had bought a big container of it. But then when I found out I could use it for blood effects, I said, okay, well, at least I can use that. And that actually turned out to be kind of handy because otherwise, if you're going to do blood effects the way I normally do it, you got to wait for the oils to dry. So here, at least, I can just go straight ahead and do the blood effects as part of the oil painting. And, well, it's going to dry real fast because you just got a whole bunch of alkyd medium in there. And that's why, again, I'm using the regular alkyd paints because they dry very fast and they dry really, really, really matte. I know Camden's mentioned that a few times. And when we say really matte, we're talking about really matte. Do I have? Oh, I think I got. Well, this is not all Paul Rubens here, but that top one is Paul Rubens. That's the Paul Rubens. Yeah, so that definitely dries much more matte. Get some of our. This is kind of the backdrop here, and then we're going to lighten this up. It's sort of like this right here. It's mostly our little bit of the black mixed with the burnt umber. It's essentially a Van Dyke brown. Now there are certain colors that do not exist in the Paul Rubens range. You basically have to make yourself a Van Dyke brown, although they do kind of have a decent Indian red, a decent Terra Rosa. They don't really have an Indian yellow, but you can also use the. There we go. So the Windsor Newton Griffin Alkyds, you can use those. They have some of the, again, the colors that we would typically use. There's going to be more of those, whereas the Paul Rubens will be variations on a theme in a way. So Metalovich, I don't use linseed oil to thin the paint. I just use the thinner because, well, the less linseed oil, the faster things will dry, right? To me, well, we wish there was less linseed oil to begin with, right, Camden and Grand Oracle? We would love to take some more out of it. But I just use the thinner. That's it, Metalovich. That's all I use for thinning paint. Because if you add linseed oil to it, you might as well just use regular oil paints. Because, yeah, more linseed oil goes in there, the longer it's going to take to dry. That would be why, well, then, of course, then there's safflower oil. the Demon Edition. That's or was it Richardson? Yeah, Richardson uses a lot of safflower oil, and a couple other guys do because it makes the paint seem softer coming out of the tube. But yeah, using the linseed oil to thin the paint, that is going to definitely create an extended drying time, which I think you would measure not by calendar, but kind of like by eons. Well, especially like those cadmiums, right, Metalovich? What's weird, Metalovich, is I have tons of cadmium colors. Remember the early days where we would mix the, oh gosh, what was it? Like your cadmium scarlet. Remember that one? I would mix that with the fluorescent orange. Now, Metalovich, this is, it's one of the pricey ones again, but this is one of those kind of magic. You would think that you would prefer a cadmium orange to this. It's more flexible, Metalovich. Well, also the other thing is yeah, it's just the pigment orange. It's weird. It paints like it's opaque, but it is actually kind of semi-translucent. It's the weirdest thing. Now, I don't even know how to describe it, Metalovich. What is the weird little magical, mystical, whatever about that thing? Now it is time for some of that lighter. We'll just fine. We're just gonna do this. We're just gonna do that touch of that yellow in there. So Mutu, where it basically it's the what the one does not have. So there's certain things like well Indian yellow, right? That doesn't exist in the Paul Rubens, so I use the Winsor Newton for that. As far as well, now the was it the dioxazine violet from Winsor Newton? Now that I've been using the Paul Rubens, basically equivalent of that, I'm kind of liking the Paul Rubens version more because it's a little bit of a well. Not only is it a cooler version, it's got more blue in it, but it dries much more matte. It dries much more matte than the Winsor Newton version. So I'm like, well, that's a plus. So sometimes that is just the only factor there, Mutu. It's like, okay, it just dries more matte. Not even dries faster. I'll bet you, ooh, Metalovich, that is to look really, yeah, that's got to be a nifty looking combo there, Metalovich. It's probably got a lot of depth to it, wouldn't you say, Metalovich? Yeah, that's gotta be a fun combination there. Now the Salo blue seems to be, or sorry, the Prussian blue seems to be about the same. I will say the one big difference is, where's that jade? No, that is not it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this. I mean, maybe we'll give it some more attempts, but I definitely prefer the Griffin Salo green to that jade green. I forget where you are on that, Camda. But again, that's another one. Oh, and also the. No, I kind of I do like the what's it? The Naples yellow Winsor Newton, but we just been trying the Naples yellow from Paul Rubens a little bit more. It is much lighter, so the jury is out on that. I think the other again, well, the Terra Rosa from Winsor Newton is much more like our Terra Rosa. The Terra Rosa of Paul Rubens is that's more like an Venetian red, way more orangey. What's the? Oh yeah, Phthalo green. Oh, the Williamsburg. Yeah, Metalovich. The phthalo green from Williamsburg is wow. That one. Not only is it a staining color, man, that one's got some. That's got some launch to it, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? I think Landress, you must have been using some of that on the Green Knight. I think. I'm pretty sure that I used that on the Green Knight that I painted, the Highland Miniatures one. Okay, so see, very different there because that's not supposed to be circuitry, right? That's supposed to just be more of a sewn-in pattern there, and we're trying to keep it the same as what we're doing with this. Get some of my warmer grays in here. Also, yeah, let's get some of that in here. Start to get maybe a little reflected light under there too. And we're about what looks like maybe 4.5, yeah, 4.5 hours in. And again, don't forget, we are coming back to our Morgan Le Fey here. We're going to be doing a lot of the same patterns in the dress, kind of like what we've been doing here on our Lady of Shalott. Yeah, Metalovich, you might be able to stain like the whole neighborhood. Yeah, you might be able to do like 3 or 4 houses. It is that level of intense. So again, this is essentially a burnt umber mixed with some of what little bit of that not Naples yellow. And again, whatever in the videos or on the streams when you hear me say something like not radiant or not this, it's essentially the Paul Rubens or the Winsor Newton version of say a Williamsburg or a Gamlin color or even just a regular Winsor Newton because we do use the regular Winsor Newton oils as well. Now down here, let me gotta finish up with it. Let me get fine. I'm gonna use a little more of that not Naples yellow for a few little hit. Now here, see if I do it like this. Now it's just gonna look like we've got some embroidery there, and we're just kind of catching the light on the embroidery as opposed to here where it's embedded. I think there was the one. Was that the olive green or something? I think that it wasn't exactly chromium oxide green, but oh, that's another one. Yeah, that's a Winsor Newton one. There's really, I mean, you can get it in regular oil paints too, but as far as getting chromium oxide green and alkyds, well, you're gonna have to, you'll have to get that from the Winsor Newton Griffin line. As we call it, the Terra Rosa of greens. That's some handy stuff for sure. Tree green. I knew there was one in particular. I think there was another one that also. For some skin tones, I think was actually nifty. Kind of gave you that sort of grayish green skin tone. Okay, there we go. Again, so a little bit more of this. We might go one more shot with this one a little bit later. But even that's a little dicey. If it's too late, it's going to rival. Ooh, we gotta get. Speaking of lighter, we gotta get some of our lighter blue stuff in there. Well, I gotta throw more fast matte white out there anyway because of our Morgan Le Fey. So might as well just do that super quick here. One sec. One second. Let me just get that out here. Again, not much. Not much. Just gonna put a little bit of this here. A little touch of this somewheres. Running out of real estate here. Good enough. Whoops, wrong shelf. Where did that go? That is in this shelf. Nope, that's not chromium oxide. That is chromium oxide university. Oxide university. Again, look at that. Nice big old black square. Super duper opaque. Now you mix that baby up with a real teensy bit of Terra Rossa. You got yourself a super fun kind of, again, some of that kind of greenish gray tinting of your skin tone, especially that kind of the, not just the fiber collect shadow stuff, but even say under the eyes, areas where there's more of that fatty tissue, and that just kind of, again, gives it more of a grayish look instead of parts of the face where the capillaries are right near the surface, like cheekbone or the cheek areas and stuff. What we got here? Yeah, some more of that. Nope, not in the shadow area. If that was this stuff, we could do that in the shadow area, but we want that again to again look more like embroidery and less like the fiber optiques. More of that along here, and let's bring some of this out some more too. And now that I got my fast matte white out here, let me do a little smidge here of get all this stuff out of that brush first though. All that out of there. Where's my white? We got a little bit of the blue mixed in there. Almost forgot about this. All the way through, also on that side. There we go. So the whole idea is that looks like it's kind of shining through. Gotta do that over here. Almost forgot about this. Almost, but not quite. So that's it's basically it's our two Terra Rosas there, Medalovich. It's the genuine Terra Rosa, a regular Terra Rosa, you want to call it that, and then you combo that with that chromium oxide green. Actually, even almost like a bit of a nergly tone as well. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, we need also on. Come on, that side too. There we go. And let's see. Not so much. Where is our? Oh, yeah, we definitely use that here. Ah, we use that here on Adama for sure. Oh, and this is again. These are some more of those. Some more of those sculpts that I made. We've got a whole line of the Battlestar Galactica busts. I've even made the Babylon 5 busts. I have not. I haven't even. Yeah, I haven't even made any STL files of those yet. That's pretty much an after Adepticon kind of thing. Yeah, it's not a before Adepticon thing. I also have a couple of BSG figures that I've been working on. So Mutu, they're in a separate set of 12, and they refer to them as opera colors. I think they might say Nia, but on the label itself, it says opera colors. It's very strange. We have no idea why they went with that name. Maybe because they're supposed to be loud. I don't know. I don't know. I was wouldn't have been my first choice for names, but maybe if you're looking to have a unique name or something, maybe one that nobody else has used. I could see that, I guess. Ooh, if I could just sneak you in there. Okay. All right, now we will set Lady of Shalott to the side. Now let's get into our Morgan Le Fey. That's had a long time to set. That's been at least an hour and a half or something since I last was working on our Morgan here. Let me start getting some stuff for the lips there. And then on over the eyes too. And have had a lot of fun doing the greenish eyes as well. That's been super fun. Yeah, that's a kind of a confusing thing, right? Right, Mutu, and again, you gotta be careful that you don't end up with those oil pastels, because I almost ended up with those too. Mutu, yeah, I almost ended up with oil pastels. I almost ended up with a bunch of different stuff. Since it's all part of our obsession with, well, not just the alkyds, right? It's our obsession with oxides, because there's cobalt teal bluish, and the reason we love that is not because it's cobalt blue. It's because it have oxides of cobalt. That's the critical thing. There's oxides of cobalt. That changes the whole deal. That changes it big time. All right, where's me reference there for Morgan Le Fey? Okay. Get around you a little bit now. Let's get some darker stuff here. Maybe even this and the Van Dyke Brown. Here we go. Let's get these two comboed up here. Yeah, something like that. And now we'll start to, again, get some of the darker parts of our freehand in here. We've done this, well, two other times already on Morgan Le Fey. Then we'll get the lightest stuff in there too. Separate those, separate these. Get some of the excess out of that brush there. And putting some of the darks in here. We'll be coming back with plenty of light later on. Not now, but later on. Catch the edge of that, also the edge of this. There we are. It's just weird. This was one of the first miniatures, or one of the first concepts that I worked out. I think the first one First one was Guinevere. Second one I think was Nimue, and then this one. Again, they're all based on my paintings. We also have also been working on cyber versions of my Celtic goddesses, so we do actually have. Let me see if I can finally grab this here. So we do actually have a cyber version of Bridget here, where the wheat fronds are actually fiber optics and cables instead of wheat fronds. And that's going to have some fun glowy aspects to it as well. Let me do this here. There we go. I may try to film that also as a tutorial vid. Darker around that too. Let's get the other side of the hood there. Now let's definitely do the stuff with the face, just like we did with Lady of Shalott there, because well, I'm gonna have to be sticking my hand on this anyway. No point in doing anything there until all the stuff on the face is done. So let's get to the rest of this here. All right, green 40 eyes. Actually, you know, I'm gonna do. Let's speaking of chromium oxide green, and I mix that with my phthalo green and oh, gee whiz, yeah. Okay, here let's get a whole bunch of that down in here. I knew there was something missing there. It's like, yep, yeah, let's get that down in there. More here. Just a super quick tone down of those. What about these? Yep, same deal. Quick tone down of those guys. Alright, back to this now. Again, trying to do the eyes here. And we'll stick with that same look off. Go looking off this direction here. Going to get me some of that green up here. Now let's start to lighten that. Oh no, that's not radiant green. That's the Paul Rubens floral green there. There we are. We're getting that started. Starting to think about some light. Oh, maybe that's got a bit more right. Warm tone to it. Let's try this again here. More the. Oh yeah. That's what we need. Some of that. Well, Hansa yellow / Windsor yellow. This is why I'm not doing all this other stuff, because I just gotta stick my finger right there on top of the hood there, so that I can do this stuff. Like so in there. Yeah, let me try and get a little bit of this in the eyes here. Touch of it there. Touch of it there. Now I want... Is that going to be too light? I don't think so. Nah, not too late. I was thinking that it might have been. We still are going lighter with our skin tone also, so going to get some of that greenish stuff in the skin tone here as well. Gotta lighten up that corner of the mouth there. Yeah, that already is making a big difference. Where's my... Let me put more of the yellow in there. Where's that fast matte white? There you are. Like, it's around here somewhere. Now we have to start thinking about some of this. Where's my... I'm just going to bring this out here. I'll use that as a reference as well. Let me just put you over there. Start to get some of our additional freehand patterns going in here too. That went a little bit astray. There we go. Yeah, this is a little bit like what we were just doing on the Lady of Shalott. Let's move it down this way a little bit. Down that way. Change that a little. Down here. Again, this same sort of stuff we were just doing on the bas relief version of this just last night. Let me get 3 crisscrosses. There we go. One more. Kind of an angular thing happening there. Pretty sure that we are zoomed in all the way here. Gonna push that off to the side a little more. There we are. I wonder... Yeah, okay, let's do that. Do that, and then also have that come... There we are, a little bit of that. And if we need to alter this, we can come back with our violet and such. From here down to there. So here, let me... That wasn't what I was originally going to do, but I'm going to try this. So middle of it, was saying that if you're looking for some soft blending brushes, right, Metalovich, what was the STL Citadel brushes can be handy for doing the blending brush thing. More blending brush, more better, right, Metalovich? You know what? I'm gonna maybe. Oh, let me try this. That to see how that works out. And again, there's differences between the bust versions and the bas relief versions versus the miniature versions because they're different. There's stuff you just can't do in a figure that you can do on, say, like a flat. There's stuff you can do on a bust that you can't do on either one of the other ones because you got the whole plinth thing that you can mess around with. I want to get me some lighter stuff in the here. We'll try to. No, let's get a little bit more of the blue. That's right. That's what we did on our other one. That's almost got some green in it right now. Again, trying to get a little something lighter in the hair here. We don't want it to be the same brown as, say, Guinevere or now Our Lady of Shalott either. Thanks, Recoil. I just the fortunate thing, Recoil, is that I guess if I had started out with the Celtic Goddess ones, I don't think we would have ended up with the Cyberthurians, Recoil. I think the only reason this happened is because I started out with those paintings and I said, they'll just look like generic generic fantasy king and queen number 55 and number 65. I thought, well, how the heck do we make them more interesting than the whole the cyber stuff, right? So that was just very, very unexpected for sure. No, no, that's going to be too late. I'm going to back off of that a little. Back off of that just a smidge there. That's also just more of our gray. It's a little more neutral even than, say, that greenish gray. That, yeah, okay, that's what we needed. And I might go back over the top of this with some darks. We're also going to, again, do some stuff on the violet here. But I needed to got to get everything done on the face, though. Because, again, what if I have to stick my hand over there? Well, there's, yeah, a little bit of violet coming off. Not too much. Now, for the lips here, let me do some of this on the lower lip. Maybe a little bit of that red. A little more. What are we going to get from that? Not too bad for the underside of that. Lighten that up a bit. It's got too much of the regular skin tone to it. I'm going to try this here. Let me try that. No, that's not too light. That's pretty darn light. That is definitely light there. Speaking of light, where's that fast? There it is. Let's do some super light skinny tones here. So let's see. Well, let's see now. Of course, again, it's right now here it's 63 for the regular 38. Maybe attack on, let's say 22, even 25 or something like that would be. Or right around 90 or so. Mutu, it depends what you're looking at. Now, I use the florals all the time, and not just object source lighting, but I also use them just to kind of beef up other colors. Now, you're never going to use those by themselves. You're always going to use them as, well, we usually use them with the radiant colors, or again, some form of lighter opaque color. So you're not going to be using those by themselves. But if you're not really going to be doing tons of object source lighting, you might get more value out of a couple of the Winsor Newton alkyds there. I would say, Mutu for now. Why don't you do the Winsor Newton stuff? Since it's separate from the 38, yeah, don't lose out on a good price of the 38 because I don't know about you, Ken. I've never really seen the floral colors ever be on sale. So yeah, the again, I think you'll get more utility right away out of the Winsor Newton stuff. Yeah, it'd be different if there's like some kind of magical sale on those, but it's not. So yeah, yeah. For me, I'm doing object source lighting stuff all the time on practically every single miniature. Let me do that. And the griff, even finding the griffin paints, that was basically an accident. I wasn't looking for them. I think I just kind of accidentally ended up with one, and I went, "What is this?" Okay, there we go. We're gonna take away some of the green there. It's still kind of green underneath, but now under the eye looks a little bit more like regular old skin tone there. I think you can see this is all starting to kind of take some shape here, right? Starting to form. All right, and let me do the gee whiz. Okay, let me try doing some of this darker stuff for the eyes. Okay, here. Over the top of that. And then we'll have to try and get our little light dot in the eye too. That's always interesting when we're trying to do that. Now wait, a little. Either that, we just make that a little thicker. Okay. Now let me come back to this here. Nope, too much of that. Let me get some of my Thalo stuff in there, some of my Taurosa stuff in there. Yeah, there we go. That's better. All right. Hopefully this is not too soon to be doing this, but I'm going to try to do it anyways. Oh, wait. How'd all that thinner get in there? Man, that was way more than I thought there was on that brush. Alright, let's deposit some elsewhere and now try it there and there. Alright, yeah, we'll say that will do it. Then we'll try to get some of our cybernetic things here on the face too. Let's do that. That's a phthalo green. We'll mix that with our. And you'll really like the Mutu. The other thing that as far as if you're going to use any kind of black, Mars black. I mean, black spinel was nifty, but that's basically cadmium pricing. So Mars black is something we use all the time. The coal black from the Paul Rubens set. That's I mean, it's almost like not quite on a par with regular Mars Black, but it's in the clubhouse kinda. So another benefit there also, you can get extra. Uh, I don't know if it's the coal black too, but you can get the weight separately, and of course you want the not the zinc white, you want the titanium white. So you can get these in 3 packs. And I don't know about the black, but I know you can get these in the 3 pack. I've already had to dive into a 3 pack. That's why I'm bringing that up. Because yeah, I already had to dive into one of those 3 packs. Especially with the unavailability of the fast matte white now. That becomes even more important. So Camden says if you want to do that particular gambit, that's only going to work here in the U.S. See what we were talking about, right? Sometimes you just can't get something. You get it somewhere else, but you can't get it in another place. So yeah, Mutu. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to get that right away. It's just when when you do as much painting as I do, which is almost effectively all day, every day. Now, of course, so Mutu, if you're in the U.S., you also might want to take a little look at what you call it there, Dick Blick. Now, to get the free shipping, you gotta get I think almost about $70 worth of stuff, but that can happen fast, especially if you're getting brushes or anything like that, or maybe the little illustration boards that we use. So I would imagine those Griffin paints, those are not going to be cheaper on Amazon. Those will be cheaper on Dick Blick, and that's where you get the thinner. Right here, you can get them big old container, 32 fluid ounces. Geez, I would get me some more of this if I thought it would arrive on time. So yeah, Mutu, maybe that's something to think about. Is because obviously with Amazon, it's not like you reach a certain threshold, right? That you get free shipping or whatever. They don't care if you're really buying one thing or 12 things. But yeah, those Winsor Newton things, I would imagine those would be significantly less if you get them through Dick Blick. 1 second there, Mutu. Yeah, Mutu, I haven't been inside an art store. I think 2018 is the last time I was in an art store. Maybe early 2019. I don't know, but I don't think so. I'm just going with 2018 was the last time I set foot inside an art store, an actual art store. Yet we seem to have plenty of paint and other supplies. Do this right here. Now I'm gonna maybe get back to my darker violet here super quick. Let me just take this. This is the Paul Rubens violet here. Might do some, yeah, might almost put like one of the green gemstone type thing. This is just me trying to clean a few things up here. Like the, and this too, perhaps. And then we're going to change it a little bit here. We're going to add something to this. Let me take this here. That's going to go off the edge there. That is going to come down there. Do the same like that. Yeah, okay. get some of our cyber elements on this side of her face there. Teensy touch of our green right there. Extra, yeah, there we go. Mutu, I'm not surprised. I don't even know. Now, maybe that changes over time, but yeah, I don't know if anybody's ever seen the Paul Rubens, at least these things, in the stores. Again, that not to say that maybe it doesn't change one day, but as far as, yeah, for right now, they're almost never seen in stores. Not so sure about that. That might change again too. That one went a little weird. So I'm gonna have to probably come back with my violet on that, because that definitely didn't go where it was supposed to. So violet time, no biggie. There you go. All bitter now, and then that was just weird. We're gonna get rid of that. Also, this violet here. Maybe even get rid of those two lines. Now I'm going to start to think about some of the light stuff here on our. Eventually, we'll work our way back there too. Uh, I'm just gonna, instead of the fast mode, I'm just gonna get some more of this out here. Let's just do this. I mean, we got the, whoops, okay, that was like 10,000 times more than I needed, but we'll just roll with it. So we're taking some of this here, a little bit of the, might mix those together over here. And let's start doing some of the lighter, some of this stuff here. Let's get to some of that. Yeah, Camden, that's one of those things that is just consistently proven to be much better than everything else. Other stuff is kind of like, well, it's sort of better. Or it's about the same. That's just one of those where there's a big old difference. And I've asked other folks about it, and they said, yep, there's a difference. They've tried a bunch of other stuff too. Come on, there we go. And then that has to fade a little bit. Oh, we gotta get some of our green in there too. First, we'll do this though. Let's get this first. And even this is not as light as we can go. We can still go lighter than this. Bam. So all of a sudden this, right, it's starting to take some of the same form again that our Lady of Shalott did. And of course, 5 hours and 15 minutes ago, both of these kind of had that primer painting. Mostly the Steiner Res primer. Oh, that's another important thing you got to remember. None of that, none of those spray primers, none of that kind of stuff. And if you can't get Steino Res where you are, say you're overseas, MiG Ammo one-shot primer basically is Steino Res because it's made in the same building. Yes, MiG Ammo does not make that primer. Badger makes it. So if you got yourself one-shot primer, it means you got yourself Steino Res. They don't have anywhere near as many colors of it as the regular Steino Res, which is like 80. And of course, you can always make your own primer color. You can mix an ink with that primer color. Let's say you want it tinted more towards green or blue or something like that. You can always just do that. I've actually made a fluorescent primer by taking some fluorescent ink basically and mixing that with a very light color primer. Boom. I had me some, well, it's not exactly true fluorescent primer. It didn't have to be. It's just primer. But it sure did getting to that really light object source light stuff. Well, a very rapid process since the primer was already pretty much the color of the source lighting. Now that didn't work out too badly. That was another one of the tutorials on the Patreon page. I've done a number, especially even a bunch recently, of basically what we call primer painting. You take the primer, you take again some kind of an ink, and usually mix those together. Now you mix too much ink, well, your primer's not exactly going to be terribly rock solid. What you can do, maybe just do some regular primer first. And that's kind of what we've been doing with these. More like just a regular old primer color, then start mixing primer with inks, which means you got extra layers of primer, but now you've already kind of got yourself maybe some little bit of color, especially on these where there's hard to reach areas, right? There's areas going to be a little bit persnickety to get to with the brush. Well, why don't you do the primer painting there? Ah, thanks, Ken. I wasn't quite sure, with this Morgan Le Fey. I wasn't quite sure how all of this would translate because you want to have it looking a bit like Celtic knotwork, all right, Camda, but you want to have that cyber feel, that circuitry feel. That it's not easy to kind of balance those two. One kind of wants to overpower the other one. So you're constantly kind of keeping a bit of an eye out. You're saying, well, okay, am I drifting a little bit too far towards straight up Celtic stuff, almost traditional Celtic stuff, versus say I'm gonna get rid of that. That's just too confusing there. So back to the violet we go. And we'll just take that out of there. It just makes a little more sense like that. I'm actually going to get me, while we're at it here, I mean, I need some darker violet in some of these areas, so fine. If we're doing that already, I'm just going to do this. Before then we eventually start coming back with a much later violet in some places. We're going to do the same thing over here. I was really hoping that it would get, oh geez, you just reminded me. Oh man, almost forgot. Here are, that phthalo green. Some of this. Smush them together. And you can see it on the bust here. So see some of that stuff. That's what we got to do. That stuff. Almost forgot that. Almost forgot, but almost doesn't count. Ooh, look at how much lighter that is. Boom, there we go. Another shot of it here, all the way down. Because we let that, I mean, that's got a little bit of the kind of the umber slash not Mars Yellow Deep set in there. That's dark enough to let this, which is not, it's maybe a light middle tone at best. I don't even know if it's a light middle tone. Might just be a straight middle tone. 1 second there, Mutu. Sorry there, Mutu. They kind of change things around. Yeah, that's not something that we set. That is some kind of weird new experimental thing that Twitch is doing. Because that never used to happen, Mutu. Only, I don't know, maybe the last month or so. I don't even know if it was the last month. But yeah, it's not supposed to do that. And Mutu, some of the other ones that I got in the Dick Blick thing, as far as the Windsor Newton Alkids goes. Well, I did end up getting, oh, the Phthalo Green. That's the other one. Yeah, Mutu. Because, again, the Jade and the Paul Rubens, not necessarily super. And then the other one is the, well, there's Windsor Red and Windsor Yellow. I would go for the Windsor Yellow. The Windsor Red is sort of like their Fanchon Red. You know, I'm going to do that as a gemstone thing too, and maybe this one. So if we're doing that, again, here's that. There's the Windsor. Oh, and the Indian Yellow. That's the other one, Mutu. Those three. Indian Yellow for sure. I think you could maybe skip on the Terra Rosa for now. But the Chromium Oxide Green, that is one of them. And the one red that I was kind of liked was the, again, the Windsor Red, because that's kind of like almost like a Fanchon Red slash Naphtho Red. I'm going to get rid of that. And we're going to get rid of that. Let me try that and see how that's going to look. Where's me? There it is. So we're changing this up a bit to do it that. Come on, give me this again. Yeah, this is just a middle tone here. This is not even a light middle tone. I mean, it's fine. Nothing wrong with that. We're going to change this around too. Don't like the flat part of that, so make that change super quick. Again, just being flexible enough to kind of change things around as though you don't want to necessarily abandon the plan completely or anything like that. Now we got to get our later stuff. Maybe a little too late here. Let me get some of that Mars, not Mars Yellow Deep. Alrighty, here. Start to get some of that design over here. Come on. Not too much. And of course, we could always, if we need to, we can take our Indian Yellow slash Burnt Umber and just essentially dry brush over the top of it. Why can we do that? Because they're both real translucent. I think we can find, yeah, a little bit more of our light there, some here. Lighter now. Lighter now. With the, oh, Jesus, not that thick though. Oh man, there's a ton of paint on that brush. Let me get rid of some of that. My goodness. That was a bunch of paint. Is better. This over here, this is the light would be catching this. Not so much here. Up here, yeah. Up here, down here, yeah. Not so much in that middle portion there. And again, you don't have to use exclusively alkyds for everything. You'll probably find yourself moved to over time. You say, you know what, I want to get that whatever snazzier color that everybody keeps talking about. I have a few extra dineros in my pocket there. I might go ahead and get me some of that. Or there is a project where maybe that would come in really handy, or save a bunch of time, or give you a better result. But again, it's always based on what's going to work best for you. Fine, I'll just grab me some of the really, really, really light stuff now and really start to hit some of these golds here and other things. Just super, super light. Even this is still not. One sec. There you go. So I would suggest the Windsor Yellow, not the Windsor Lemon, the Windsor Yellow. That's the same thing, basically the same thing as Hansa Yellow. You can always, it's very easy to make something like that lemon color. The Hansa slash Windsor Yellow, not so much. There we go. Okay, getting a little bit of this lighter stuff. Now we will have to come back into this with the phthalo green mixed with said Indian yellow. Because yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to get that same thing. They don't need to necessarily repeat that. Come on. Boom, right there. Oh, gotta get the bracers here. Let's do that. Come on. That too. All right. Don't gee whiz. You know what we've been forgetting all this time? What did that? There's our filbert brush. Gee whiz, we forgot. Oh, we just put this over here somewhere. Okay, over there. Huh, it's got a little bit of the skin tone in it. Forgot all about this. I mean, we don't have to do a whole bunch there. We have to do something. There was nothing there. Let's get a little bit of something there. Here, let me get the. I'm just gonna squeegee that paint out of there. And remember, less, thinner. Less, thinner. Don't need a ton of it. Less paint. Less is more. More is way too much. Yep, kind of forgot about all this stuff down here. We'll maybe try to get some greens in there too, in that stone, in that there stone. Come on, sweeping away. Look at it. There's still wet paint here. I mean, this is oil paints after all. Yeah, they're alkyds, but guess what? It's still oil paint. That means they're still wet. That's why we've been working on two of these at the same time. So when we spent a good hour, almost 2 hours on Lady of Shalott here, that gave this a chance to set. It was much easier. And working in these violets and stuff, that's going to be way easier. Oh yeah, a lot easier. So I think I know. I think I just instinctively kind of avoid anything that says nickel in there, Camda. I know there's a few folks that like the oh, and what's that? That's one of the one of the Paul Rubens, right? There's the no, that's zinc white. Never mind. That's right. That's zinc white. Don't mind me. All right, I'm gonna try to do this stuff back here. So I'm gonna get I need to scare up one of my references here. 1 second. It's gonna take a second for me to do that here. Where here it is. Okay, why is that not being dragged over? There we are. And it's going to get, we got a lot of stuffs going on back here. Alrighty, here we are. To the gold-ish stuff we go. Wow, some gold, some green. Actually, I'm liking the green. Well, it's going to be a little bit of each. A little bit of each. Get you surrounded there. Yeah, there's going to be an awful lot of fiber optiques going on here too. It's going to be again a little bit like our Lady of Shalott. Nope, this stuff up here. That's got to come down and around the outside of that. Okay, we have a second one that's going to be inside here. Nope, not that lighter stuff. Making a little bit of a change to that. And once we get this established, then we start to build off of this quite a bit. So of our all of our Cyberthurian ladies, I knew these two were going to have the most freehand on them. Now, where's our Lady of the Lake here, Nimue? That was all about the, again, the translucent cloth. Not so much about the freehand stuff. And again, there's our fabulous water effects in there too. See you later, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you share your stuff one more time in the chat before you head out the door? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Because again, Inganes also works with the oil paints. Me do this. Line like so. Working that out. Now we gotta start. Here, let me take a couple of these angles. comes down, then around, outside of that line. Then we're just going to keep building off of this. Building and building and building off of that. Going to go all the way down to our trim stuff there. Start to get some of our later stuff in this now. And you're going to see this just expanding all across the back part of the robe here. We are going to kind of infuse this with a little bit of the green as well. So it's kind of like what is thread and what is the the glowing. Now, like those are probably going to be, those will be green. Yep. Come on down here. Starts to move that way a little. Down in that darker portion of the fold there. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. Great to see a Sea Dragon. You know what? Actually, I'm going to just change that. I'm going to change that. Let me get some of the violet. So Sea Dragon, I have no idea what the update is for Sunday and all that kind of stuff. Sunday into Monday, I guess. But here, let's take a look at this. See, right, it is ladies' night here, like the tag says. So we've this is one again. I wasn't sure if we'd have a chance to get to that tonight, but I really, really, really wanted to. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate it. Whether it's early or late, a Sea Dragon arrives always when it means to, right, Sea Dragon? You know what? I'm going to do that. Okay, fine. I'll just do that over here, too. I'm going to take some of that away. Now, I think Sea Dragon, these were... I was just saying, I knew these were going to have the most, by far the most freehand on them. And by far, I meant like orders of magnitude more than the other ones. Let me see if I can cut this in here. Down that way. Shoot you across here. Well, obviously the more familiar we get with these here, be able to do more of this. This is the first time I've really done any kind of patterns like this. So just imagine what this will be like eventually, right, when we have had a chance to do this several times. And Sea Dragon, I also I kind of started working out some of the concepts for the chessboard, or for the chess set. And I've already got some way better ideas of how to actually try to print out the chess set, especially the board. I think we're going to have way better results if the board itself is just kind of like, okay, there's the main board, which is sort of like regular old chessboard. But around the sides of the chessboard, it's almost like a skin. I got kind of the idea from those, remember those shelving units? Or even the carrying cases where they have basically different skins, or so you want a Zinchi kind of one or a Nurgly one or whatever. I think oh, all of a sudden, Cam, that was like I Cyber Allo LO just popped into my head. That would quite literally just be too mind bending. Wouldn't it, Cam, to do Cyber Allo LO? Still was one. Okay, yeah. Would the two British airmen? Would those be the bishops, or would those be? I think those should maybe be the rook. Yeah, the two British airmen should be the rooks. Whoops, too much, dear. Well, that's all right because boom, there you go. That is easily solved, easily resolved. All better now. Come on, get that lighter there too. Yeah, a little more this way. I think I think that would just be absolute madness, right? Again, that might be one of the signs of the apocalypse. Cyber LOLO. But the internet cafe makes a lot of sense, right, Camda? That got a little sideways right now. Okay, fine. I'm just going to do it this way. I'll just do it that way then. Down we go here. I'm actually going to let that connect there. I mean, it's scary how many possibilities there are. I want you to go this way here. Up and over. That folds. Couple of individual strands there. More that come down like that. And again, once we get our much later stuff into this, I'm going to continue that. Okay, we continue that out to there. Let you come down and meet there. And now we're going to have another bit of circuit tray over here. Okay, how far away is that? Nope, no, back to this. One there, one there. Another line that's coming. Should be right about here. Which way does that? That's going that way. Okay, got that matched now. that. More height. Whoops, that's a little bit thicker there than we wanted. Now Cam did I don't know what was with him, but maybe it was just the strain of all the slapstick comedy or something. But he was always sweating. He was always sweating up a storm. He always seemed like he was about 7 feet tall. Also, come on, all the way down there and attach to that. Another one there. Okay. Another one here. I'll just connect those. See if we can't get these connected. Yes, we can. I'm going to do a double line there. Yeah. That should come down a little. Well, okay. Then again, well, this is going to get cleaned up. Some of our violet is going to work its way into there. Some of that darker violet to clean up areas. And then some of our green as well. Alright, get that. Coming down, and then another one comes back up again. Yeah, he always seemed like he was really, really, really stressing, just, well, he did do a lot of running around on that show. Lighter stuff here again, and now around here. This is still not our latest light either. It is light, but it's not the lightest light. And it straight away that already starts to clean up some of the stuff here. More lights on our thing, and again we want to make sure we can get back into some of the green as well. Start doing some of these. And let's also not forget about up here. Not forgetting that. More light on, and again, there's still not our latest light on that edge either. Come on, that went a little bit astray. Doesn't matter, we're coming back in with our darker green there. Okay, now we got that. Now let's start to work in this part of the design. More of our pattern coming through from the other side here. Maybe a smidge lighter. Okay, fine. Fine. Yeah, Camda. I did see. Gosh, I don't know if it was a Bolt Actions. It might have been a Bolt Action site, Camda. But somebody, I don't know. I think they found miniatures and they made again a whole aloe Bolt Action thing. But well, now we can do that one better for sure, right? Can't not here. Let me just take. Let's go. Let's take a little walk back here. Let me get some of that Indian yellow in there. Break this down some more. No, let's do a little stuff here on this. Maybe even a little bit of the green in there too. Yeah, all right. There. And Misha always like what coming through the window, right, Kamja? And even let's see, he got a what was that the collaborators medal, and he also was named like hero of the resistance, all at the same time. Now here we go. See, we're gonna get some of the green in there. That's what we're talking about, right? That's what we was talking about. It kind of serves to add some shadow in some areas. Thank you so much, Yoda. Appreciate that. Ah, Galadriel is going with a different look here. It's like, what the heck is Galadriel? I think you got the wrong universe. Again, also, you smell weird. So, really, that's just going to be a thing from now on, huh? You know, everybody's going to say I smell weird. Well, maybe you shouldn't do so much pipe weed. Uh, we did have a 6 on our Gandalf 6 last night. Let's see if Yoda the Birder can manage to. Ooh, that was pretty darn close. Very close to that 6. So, thank you, Yoda. Appreciate that follow. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of the follows. Again, there's no there's no fabulous prizes, but well, I don't know. Maybe one day we get to that 10K. I think we've got about 350, 340 something to go. 347 maybe ish, something like that. All right, where's our violet? There it is. This is going to be our cleanup stuff that we were just talking about there. Because wasn't there the thing, right, where Gruber saw him, somebody got like hit by a sack of flour or something, recoil, so his face was all white and everything. And they was that was basically Renee's ghost or whatever. Either that or he was like hiding in a chimney or something. But yeah, somehow they ended up thinking that was Renee's ghost. All right, let's take some of that away too. Oh, here's another part we're gonna remove with the violet here. And then we'll get more cleanup, and then we'll get to some of the lighter stuff again. Alfonso, that's his name. I couldn't remember the Undertaker's name there, Recoil. Yeah, and I don't know if his little crazy horse had a name or something. That little teensy tiny horse that was pulling around the hearse. Alright. Let's think about maybe some of our lighter greens. Oh, let's get rid of this. We've got good. We still got some of that lighter green. I might even chuck a little bit of my white in there. Bingo. Lighten you up. Now this is the one here and this down here. Back to this because again we wanted to have our kind of green diode things in many different places. Gonna get some over here now. Top of these. Over there. Now let me get some of that lighter green again. I can't even remember the master of disguises. I can't remember his name. And of course they couldn't recognize him as long as he had his glasses on or whatever. They couldn't recognize him. Where's my, yeah, a little bit of my lighter green on those. I don't remember if that was always a thing, but I'm pretty sure that it was. Okay, let me try some of this again here. We gotta take some of that away. Some of the Van Dyke alone and some of this up here. Too much paint. Too much. Let's take some of that off of there. Sharpen up some of this. Now we're talking. Some more of our pattern there. And now let me get all this stuff out of that brush. Bring in some of this to really lighten this up here. You know what? Maybe a little touch of that yellow. Well, now there's your lemon yellow there. I think I was adding a little bit of that Windsor yellow to it. Boom, look at that. Ah, Leclerc, that's right. It's just been that long. It's been, well, probably 2022 was the last time I saw it. Actually, it's probably 2022. It might have been 2021. Yeah, if I forget if he was related to them or not, I couldn't remember. All right, and at the top of that a little more. And let me see, get me some of this down here. A little bit more of the light. Yeah, just a little minor freehand on this, no big deal. Now, I forget Recoil when they brought out the communist resistance. If that was like that I don't think that was season 1. I don't even know if that was season 2. But each of the resistance groups had their own little uniforms. Fine, I'll just attach that. Easier. Yeah, ooh, gee whiz, okay. There was 2 of those. Back to the light again. Up there. Let's do some stuff on the outer trim here. Like that. Geez, Armored Wolf, I don't know if you wanted to share your links there. I don't know if you had a chance to do that yet. My apologies. But if you wanted to share your link to the to all the fabulous dice bags, an Instagram link, everybody be sure again to visit Armored Wolf Productions for all things leather good. Not just the dice bags. I mean, we talk about those a bunch, but it's more than just the dice bags. Which way is that going? That's going that way. Okay, good. I can just do a line going like so. Yeah, thanks for sending me the link there, Rico. I will try to catch that. I would really like to see it. Now we got that. Okay. Lighten you up a little, maybe. That's what was missing over here. I was like, wait a minute, wasn't there something I was supposed to do down here? Once I saw this, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the thing I was supposed to do down there. Come on, there we are. Some more of our lightest light there. Come on, there we are. And now we really got to get some of that right in here. Okay. More. Alright, there we are. That's it. Catch a little more light on the end of that. Let me get our cannot work going there. A little more green. Ish down here.
Who enters my domain?
Hey there, Zumi. How you doing? Everybody, please give Zumikito miniatures a follow. So, Zumi, I hope that you're doing well. So Zumi, we are working on some more of our Cyberthurian miniatures. We got two of them that we've been working on for the last, well, 6 hours now. Here we go. Check this out, Zumi. And again, Zumi, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Uh, 6 hours ago, these were just primer. There was no skin tone, there was no glowy stuff, there was no freehand, and yeah, there's been a little bit of freehand on these, just a teensy smidge. I think we've spent about the last 45-ish minutes or so doing that part of the freehand right there. So again, Zumikito, you want to share any links there, please go ahead. So that's our Lady of Shalott, again, part of our Cyberthurians. Yesterday, we painted the bas-relief version. Monday, we painted the bust version. So yeah, it's all part of our Cyberthurian series here. We also did our, there is Merlin and there is Merlin right there. And then, of course, let me get this over here. We also did, of course, Guinevere. Here's our Cyber Guinevere poof. You can see some of the images of these on the Instagrams now. We also did, of course, our Cyber Nimue, Lady of the Lake here. We also did a bust version of this. Where's she hiding? There she is. Look at that. And these are all my own miniatures. Made these myself. You cannot get those anywhere else. And there's many more of those on the way. Of course, we're going to be doing in our next stream, which now is only hours from now. We're going to be doing the bust version of that. And well, look at this. We also have there's the bas relief of our Lady of Shalott. So again, Zumikito, want to share some links? Please go ahead and do that. That would be fabulous. What was that? The wet celery, wasn't that? There was something about the wet celery, right, Rico? I don't remember what. I just know that was one of the German officers. And the flying helmet. That's right. There was the flying helmet and the wet celery. Make of that what you will. Thanks, Rockies. Appreciate that. That Roxy, there's much more on the way. Oh, actually, where is our? I think she's over here. Yeah, because we actually have a bust version of this too. This is another one of my paintings. That's Arachne. We also have the Celtic goddess of the harvest. We've already done the figure and bust versions of Bridget here. And again, these are taken straight from my paintings. I've literally painted this on 3 different Celtic drums. So yeah, these are just my own paintings here, making the figures and busts and bas reliefs from those. Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate that. It's really nice, Marcus, that these are, again, paintings that I did years ago, and it's really nifty to essentially give them brand new life again. Yeah, these used to have these at things like Celtic Fest downtown, the Renaissance Fair. So it's really, really nifty now to be able to, again, give these some new life. So Rocket, there's all of. Do I have my Linseed Fellowship sticker? Oh, here we go. So this YouTube channel has all of the past sessions there, Rocky. So there you go. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where this is gonna go. All of the other Arthurian figs. That's where they all go. I also have the Patreon page too, with thousands of tutorial hours, as in. I mean, maybe we're not closing in on 3,000 hours yet, but there's quite a few hours of tutorials. But again, the past Twitch sessions, those are on that YouTube channel there. That's the Linseed Fellowship, the YouTube channel. That way you can go back and see, the start of these two here. There we are. So, and again, plenty of freehand on both of these. Again, all this stuff here, that's all just free-handed on. That lighter stuff right there, because that's a kind of fiber optic cable. Same thing down here, all free-handed on there. Ah, that was his name, Recoil. And of course, I think he had his little assistant or something like that. Not that first season, but maybe the second season. Me, there we are. Nope, nope, nope. Let me go a little bit closer to this. Yeah, that's better. That would have been a little too dark. Even that might still be. Yeah, it's kind of on the darker side. Let me get rid of some of that. So again, thank you so much for the raid there, Zumikito. Appreciate that. Ooh, almost forget about this here. We've been doing all the other stuffs. Let's not forget about this. Yes, indeed.
Hello,
Here.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, West Coast Paint Studio. Appreciate that. You know what? We should do this again. Here we go. Ah, so when am I getting one of these? He's like, dude, he already did a flat of you. Here, look, I'll show you. Yeah, look at this. Gandalf already got a flat on his bicycle, I guess. Thank you so much, West Coast Paint Studio. Appreciate that. Let's see what's going to happen here. We had an almost Gandalf 6. Will we get an actual Gandalf 6 here? We well, we got ourselves a pair of fives. Pair of fives. So yeah, we kind of well, here's our we haven't shown this one here. There's our Cyber Guinevere, again another fabulous flat of that. Well, bas relief. Oh, here's our Nimue. Yeah, there's our Nimue bas relief right there. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's get to our liner stuff down here. And again, everybody, please give Zumakito Miniatures a follow if you could. That'd be fabulous. And we've got our let's see, where's our well, we have the Lancelot bust. We also again have our more of our Celtic stuff here too. This is another one of my paintings. It's really creepy because I mean that's basically just a figure pulled directly from the painting. Here's our Lancelot bust right here. That was super fun. Where are we at with? Okay, here we are. And let me get a couple more lights here. Then we're going to hit this probably with our green again to tone some of these down. Now our next stream, which is, like I said, is basically just hours from now, we will be painting the bust version of this right here. So we'll be able to do even more with the digital tears and everything like we have on her face there. Not so much with the dress freehand, but we've got the mirror aspect that we can mess around with. So we'll have our some Cyberthuria reflected in the mirror. And again, this is a line of my own miniatures here. Well, miniatures, flats, and busts. There's nowhere else to find them. You can look around; they don't exist anywhere else. They are just here. Some kind of weird stuff on the brush. Let me get rid of some of that. Have that come off to the side. Same thing here. All the way down here again with our knotwork patterns that are also sort of semi-digital code as well. I'm going to start to throw a little bit of this lighter green on here too. Because oh, geez, now it's 6 a.m. here, and got to do a whole bunch of stuff, including making some food too. Ah, oh, wait a minute, let me get a couple more of these in here. We don't want to forget those. We need a lighter green there, and let's get our not want to forget that or these. There we go. Here, let's get another lighter one on there, and then back to our dark. Back to our dark here. So we're gonna take this. Try to wrap the lighter diodes with that dark, and then that's going to come across this way. And then another one coming from down there. There we go. And one more here. Maybe get, yeah, more of the darker green on that. Okay. They came to, this was, I think of all of them, well, I guess I always kept thinking of the Lady of Shalott is going to have, the most complicated freehand, but, well, maybe this one's got a little bit more. Yeah, this one might just have some more. Oh, wait, let me fix this up here. Also, a little more of our light on this stuff here. Come on, there we go. There, and we need to get a lighter edge on that. Also on this. Not too much there. Not too much. Now I'm gonna, before we get any of the violet there, I'm just gonna see if I can hit this with the very lightest gold-ish stuff. Let me retreat just a bit to that. Something like that. There we go. Something like that. So I can work on a lot of different things all at the same time here on our Morgan Le Fey. I also have a bunch of tutorial videos on how I make these, how I print these, and then two painting tutorials on these as well. And also too, yeah, we have a whole line of Lord of the Rings miniatures and flats that I've been working on. Here's a Galadra. I made a whole bunch of Eowyn's as well. So that's another, again, large scale fig. Obviously, chance to show folks how to do maybe white in a different way. And then also here we've got, this is another figure I did for a 3-part tutorial series. Obviously, it's about freehand. Huge surprise. Yes, it's about freehand. And the idea is that if I am making the miniatures myself, people don't have to be a patron of me and then also about 17 other patrons like I am just to get the figures. This way, you would just get the figures as part of your Patreon subscription. So I thought they could save people some coin, and then they would also maybe get a chance to kind of see how the sculpting process worked. I will be filming some Blender tutorials at some point, no doubt. I already have some, I know what the first ones will be. It's going to all be about cloth. Huge surprise. I mean, we might have a few miniatures with cloth on them. So that would probably be the first of the Blender tutorials. Down we go. All the way down to here. A little more over here too. That should be catching some light, by the way. It's sitting right here. That needs to be catching some light. A little touch, not too much. Just a little bit. So I do, I usually, well, it's again, it's now well after 6 a.m. here. I'm just kind of looking out, see who is out there doing some stuffs. Actually, I don't think we've seen Mike Moans streaming too much lately there. Hopefully everything is okay with Mike, unless maybe he is off with off at a convention or something. Yep, Mutu. I was gonna say it's probably daybreak there. If it's not, I think the sun's already coming up here. I'll bet you it's daybreak there again. We're gonna be right back at this again. So see it a bit there. Now again, here let's look at both. I'm gonna zoom out too. Let's zoom out. It's easier to fit them in here if we zoom out. There you go. So again, a little bit of freehand on each of these. Just a touch right there. So again, I think we'll just head maybe over to Brush Master there. Yeah, let's do something like that. So again, we'll be right back at it here with the bust version again of our Lady of Shalott, our onion lady here. Yes, indeed. So thanks again, everybody. I'm going to head on over here to Brush Master. So get that rate countdown underway. These were wild recoil. These are absolutely wild. And again, we'll be exploring more of this too, right? Probably maybe even, who knows, add some stuff too after it just dries. But thanks again, everybody, and I will see you later. Well, that's good. Well, Mutu will cover that in the next stream. So see you there, Mutu. Have a good night's sleep or good morning sleep.